Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Directors meeting for the Indian Wells Valley Water District, the regular board meeting and public hearing for Monday, February 10th, 2025. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 4:30 p.m. All rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Ty, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
President St. Amon.
Present.
Vice President Griffin.
Present.
Director Boyd.
Here.
Director Kaczynski.
Present.
Director Rutora.
Here.
Posting of agenda declaration.
The agenda for today's regular board meeting and public hearing was posted on Thursday, February 6, 2025.
Thank you. Yes.
The operation that we need to add an item to the agenda. It came subsequent to the posting of the agenda, and I believe it deals with the emergency purchase of pipeline. Is that correct, Jason? Right. We're allowed to add an item to the agenda to I think it's 4/5 vote of the board, so I ask for a motion to add that item.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll also move.
I'll second.
Or is there any discussion?
President St. Amon.
Yes.
Vice President Griffin.
Yes.
Director Boyd.
Yes.
Director Kaczynski.
Yes.
Director Rutora.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So that discussion is later in open session or in,
Open session.
Yeah.
It'll be open session.
all right, very good. So conflict of interest declaration, please.
President St. Amon.
I have no conflict.
Vice President Griffin.
None.
Director Boyd.
None.
Director Kaczynski.
No conflict.
Director Rutora.
None.
All right, very good. Item 6, public questions and comments on, we haven't gotten there yet. All right. Any public questions? Anybody public here or online? Anybody? So there are no public questions or comments in the closed session. Well, then we will go ahead at 4:32 p.m. and close the open session and open the closed session in 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, you can get down the hallway. That's Thank you. All right, very good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to tonight's meeting. I appreciate that very much. We're going to call the open session open again at 6 p.m. Jim, do you have a comment or a report on the closed session?
The board met with staff and legal counsel on the items under closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act. That's all.
All right, thank you. So item 8, public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on this agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. Please, when you are recognized by to come up and speak, state your name for the record. All right, thank you. Who's first? Oh, you got there. Well,
Sorry about that.
you're next.
Judy Decker. Well, I do have a question on the closed session, one item. It said real estate, Bill Ferguson. You did not identify the property, and I wondered why. And my question was, is this Dr. Bill Ferguson that owns property in Grapevine Canyon?
Yes, it is. And the reason it happened, I did not have the APN number at the time the agenda went out and it needed to be discussed. There was no action taken on that item though, Judy.
All right, then I have a comment. I believe you along with Searles Valley Minerals paid for or sponsored the 2 sections that were in the paper, the DI a week ago, Friday, which had several articles about water. I would like to note there was nothing in any of those articles about the 90% of the well owners that are in this valley. That is the de minimis 2 acre feet or less water user. And I find that very disappointing and unfortunate.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Jilly Zell. I was born in this town. I am a native. Mr. St. Amon, I would
Yes.
like to let you know that I interviewed your father when I did my thesis for college on the aquifer that was here.
Okay.
And we will get into what he told me and how it contradicts what's going on. First off, I live on Langley Avenue, and I'm one of the remaining few natives of this valley. To give you a little background, my family got here in the late 1940s. I got here when Dr. Drummond delivered me in 1952. All of my siblings, including myself, have graduated from Burroughs High School. I was married here. I buried my mother, my son, my girl, my niece, my sister, my aunts, uncles, and friends here. I tell you this so when I state my roots go deep in this community, I'm stating it as a fact. In 1996, excuse me, my job forced me to leave my hometown and sent me back to Virginia. And I resided there until 2017, where I voluntarily returned to my hometown. When I left in 1996, there was not a water holding tank in the middle of the Mojave Desert with the label of LAWP. However, when I returned in 2017, there was a water holding tank in the middle of the Mojave Desert with a label of LAWP. I left the Republic of California in 1996. Unbeknownst to myself, when I returned in 2017, I returned to the socialist state of California. And I wondered, how did this happen in just 21 years? And then I realized it's like how you eat an elephant. Do you know how you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Well, to turn a republic into a socialist state is done one policy at a time. And I say that because what is occurring now is another policy that's being leveraged against an overburdened community, which is what we are. We're senior citizens sitting in here. Your price hikes are putting us in a position to where we have 4 options. Never have a yard or trees, which helps with protecting our homes from the heat. Not bathing regularly, which, by the way, I'm not giving up. Moving or dying. And that's not an exaggeration. That's common sense. You have overburdened us with your rates. You charge us 3 times for the same water. With the GWA, and I know that's not what you guys are part of, but you are aware of it. They have a replenishment and an extraction fee. And then you have a pumping and usage fee. By the time you get done with that, that's 3 times for the same amount of 100 cubic feet or HCF that you charge us 3 times for. And besides that, if we want to drink the water, we have to go buy bottled water because the water tastes like a swimming pool. We in this valley need this board to understand you have to stop putting all of those rate hikes on us. I'm a retired person. I live on a fixed income. Most of the people in here are in the same boat. You're running us out of our homes. Is it worth it? When I interviewed Dr. Pierre Saint-Amand, I interviewed him on the aquifer, and it was part of my college thesis. And at that time, Dr. Saint-Amand told me there was enough water in this aquifer to withstand a 100-year drought without rationing at normal rate of growth. So why is it, if we are in such a dire situation for water, that we still have new houses and new developments going in? That contradicts what you're telling us. You're saying we're low on water, but you're building more homes, and we're suffering for it. I would ask that this board not raise these hikes, and they give this community the ability to live here. I thank you very much for letting me speak.
That subject really deals with an
Yeah.
item on the agenda. So if you have additional comments such as that, please hold them until we get to that agenda item. Do we have any other not related to the agenda item about rate hikes?
Yes, I do. My name is Mike Neal, and the kind lady actually gave me a lead in to what I wanted to talk about tonight. There are 2 ways to improve the situation of the water supply out of our aquifer. One is absolutely a pocketbook killer that the GA is tenaciously pursuing, and that is to put in an imported water pipeline, which the studies by this board have demonstrated clearly that if you let them get away with that and put all the cost of that on everybody in the valley, you're going to be paying 3 times more for your water, 3 times more for your water. Another way to help solve the problem is reduce use, and the lowest cost method that I believe is absolutely the lowest cost is to just not use quite as much water. And it's not talking about cutting it down a lot, cutting it down to where the allocation, and it remains to be seen what the allocation for the water district is going to give it. At current, it's 4,200 to 4,500 acre feet a year. I forget exactly, in that range. And the water district is pumping a little over 5,000 per year. The reduction of grass yards in the households across the valley is a huge saver, and there's literally no cost to the water district. They don't have to raise your rates to make that happen. People just have to realize we live in the desert. It takes a lot of water to keep grass growing. All you got to do is the first simple method is just cut it off. Obviously, the grass is going to die and it's going to go to dust. And a lot of people do other things, and we got some really nice looking xeriscape yards in town. It's just, and that's happened a lot because it's been told to me in these meetings over and over that over the years, the pumping of the district has gone from 9,000 some odd acre feet down to 5,000 some odd, which is a lot. Obviously, people aren't, taking Navy showers and drinking only a glass of water a day to cut it down. They've cut down their landscaping. And so I'm making it my pastime to beat the conservation drum because this is an easy, straightforward way to help resolve the biggest part of, or the remaining problem, at least as far as what the water district has to deal with. And the other things they have to deal with to meet the overall usage goals, such as recycle water. District might not even need to use that, but they might need to pursue that and help supply Searles Valley's need for supply, because at present, the GA is trying to put the Searles Valley out of business and charge them for every single gallon, a lot of money for every single gallon that they use. That's why they have their own separate lawsuit. They're chasing the GA on their own. So elimination of grass yards, even just the front yards. There's still a lot of green grass front yards in town. If those all went away, we would see a large reduction in water use.
All right, thank you, Mr. Neal.
I want to say a quick thing.
Yes.
Mike, thank you about the conservation. I think our district has done a wonderful job on it. I do agree with you about the grass landscape. That's the biggest use. But we've said this before, and we'll always say this again at the board, don't let your trees die. And once you get the trees there, they take very little water compared to what grass does. The grass is the biggest problem, so keep your trees.
Please state your name.
My name is Shirley Kirkpatrick, and I've
Thank
been to several Groundwater Authority meetings. And I hear from Christy Diner. She's from the California for Food and Water Movement. And I agree to a point to we should save some, landscaping, but I think what she says that you can't really create more water by saving so much water. A lot of this has to do with, over and over again, I talked about Jerry Brown bringing in the Groundwater Authority, and this, you guys all already heard this. It's like beating this drum over again. So my opinion is that these fees are not entirely the water company's fault, but is because they're having to go by, like she mentioned, the socialist, communist California things. And I've seen this come along, this happened over years. I was at the first water meeting when, what's the gentleman that was on base, when they determined that the base wasn't going to have to pay they determined that they didn't have to pay the fees. But long story short, though, I've been fighting this for several years and speaking up, and I know who's involved in creating the Groundwater Authority. So apparently I just heard that there's going to be a stop to that local level is going to go to the federal level. And I'm hoping that, this gets taken care of, but I am not for that 50-mile pipeline. I think that's going to cost, it's going to be a very bad thing. And the people involved in creating this, who works for this pipeline has not very, if you research them, they're not good people. So anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkpatrick. Please.
Hello, everybody. This is the first time I ever came here. I used to work with his dad, with Griffin. Yes, I still had hair back then. I got a solar.
We all
panel
had
now.
hair back then, yeah.
So it's nice to see all of the seniors. I just retired. So,
Could you please state your name?
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Arturo
Arturo.
Ochoa, O-C-H-O-A.
Okay, thank you.
People call it Ocoa, but anyhow, can you tell me what year, if you guys can answer, the year that we conserved, was it 2020 or 2019? When you guys didn't have enough money to pay your employees?
2011?
2011.
Was it that long ago that?
Yeah.
Huh, see, yeah, right, when you have water. Anyhow, so ever since then, and I know you guys have the numbers, it seems like if you guys lost the money to pay your employees, how long did it take to get that amount back? With us paying $50 a month more, which is, 500,000 a month from our community. And I'm just adding 10,000 homes, okay? I'm not adding the businesses or whatnot. So you guys are been getting $6 million every year since then. When is it enough? I thought it was just gonna be for
Mr.
5
Ochoa,
years.
is this about the rate increase?
Yes,
Could you please hold this comment until we bring that item up?
Okay.
It's coming up.
all right, because that's gonna be $2 million.
I get, go ahead, you'll get to start
So
again.
it's 8 million.
And
Okay, no,
if you could,
that's,
it's
like
item,
I said,
what is
I
item
just
number?
retired, so I'm
I
only making
know, I get you.
24,000 a year.
I
so-
get you.
And we want to make
Um,
sure you get to comment, but we legally cannot even answer you in
Is that
this
right?
part of the
Yes.
meeting.
Okay,
Until we open up the public hearing, then you could come up and
All right.
we can answer back and forth. You can ask us questions.
Right.
And we would
well,
love
I
to do
think you
that
could
as soon
just
as it
answer
gets.
that. So, but
Yeah.
the young lady that went first, you explained it very well.
Okay.
Thanks for your time. You
So
guys.
this, just a reminder, this is about topics that are not on the agenda. And the rate hikes are on the agenda. So please, we had a conservation conversation. That's not on the agenda. But please keep your comments to non-agenda items. Is there anyone else that has a non-agenda item? Okay. Then let's go to item 9, presentation by CJ Brown and Associates, their 23-24 audit report.
Okay, online, we do have Chris Brown with CJ Brown and Associates here to present the 23-24 audit report. So we'll turn the time over to him.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have the
First
PowerPoint?
slide's up. The first slide is up.
The first slide is up. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. Perfect. So I believe what you're seeing is a page that says management report. Essentially, there are two documents that come out of the audit. One being the financial statement, one being the management report. The management report is the auditor's communication to the board. You are our boss. It is to you we report to. It is your best interest that we have in mind when we're conducting the audit, of course. Items within the management report, it basically spells out our responsibility under government auditing standards, the protocol that we must follow, standards that we must follow when we're conducting an audit. Provides us an opportunity to discuss deficiencies, any deficiencies or material weaknesses noted in the district's internal controls. And I'm very happy to say that we did not note deficiency in your internal controls based on our test samples. It also gives us a chance to discuss any accounting practices if there are issues with that, and there were none. It also illustrates any adjustments to the original trial balance provided to us, essentially your accounting records provided to us at the beginning of the audit. Also, any difficulties, gives us an opportunity to discuss with you any difficulties that we've encountered in conducting the audit and any disagreements with management. And I'm very happy to say that we did not have any. It actually went very smoothly, and I thank everybody involved. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I believe what you see there is the auditor's opinion. It's not the whole opinion. And this is within the financial it's statements itself. There's about 3 pages, but what you see right here is essentially kind of the nuts and bolts of the whole thing. And it's somewhat paraphrased, but it says that we're providing an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. And it says, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Indian Wells Valley Water District as of June 30th, 2024. So it's a clean opinion. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay. Moving on to some financial highlights. I won't go into a lot of detail, kind of give you the big picture here. What you see here is the condensed statement of net position. And this can be found at the beginning of the financial report in what's called the management's discussion and analysis. And what you see here is a table that's aggregated, big picture. It's a simplified presentation for discussion. And within the management's discussion and analysis, you will see comments, analysis of the changes from year to year. In the MD&A, we call it, there's actually 3 years presented, but I'm just going to go ahead and go over the 2-year change that we have here. But what we have here is the condensed statement of net position. And we can see that total assets went up approximately, I'm going to round things just a little bit, 9.1 million. And what's really affecting that is issuance of long-term debt. The district issued 7,345,000 in certificates of participation. It's kind of like a bond. It's kind of like a bond that's grouped together with a lot of other entities to fund a water pipeline project. And that you'll see as we look at the financials here that the effect of the bond debt and the cash that is being held for future use, you'll see that in, of course, the cash, the big change there, or current assets. It's essentially cash. You'll see it also in the non-current liabilities section, which is about halfway down. You'll see an increase of approximately 6.37 million there. And at the very bottom, you'll see a spike in the net position. Net position is essentially, and of course, this is at the very bottom of the financial statement. It's essentially your net worth. It's kind of like your assets minus your liabilities. Doesn't represent cash necessarily, but it's your net worth. Okay? And you'll see an increase in the restricted net position from 2023 to 2024 of approximately 7.4 million. So that's the big moving item in your balance sheet or your statement of net position itself. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide.
Are you taking questions as you go through, or do you wish to?
Absolutely, absolutely. Just stop me anytime that you have a question.
I'm assuming that 7 million and change is largely due to the influx we got from Senator Grove's office. Is that true?
No, that one's actually the COP, the bond issuance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
correct. All right, so I think we're going to the condensed statements of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. It's another table. Go to the next slide. There we go. I can barely see it in the distance, but I can see it there. So what we have here is another table that's in the MD&A, and this is the revenue and expense side of things. Again, same sort of presentation, 2 years and a change from 2 years. Revenues broken out between operating and non-operating. Expenses broken out between operating and non-operating. Your operating revenues and operating expenses are basically transactions that are related to what you do for a living, supplying water, things like that, buying water, buying items for the operation, direct operation of the organization. Non-operating revenues and expenses are going to be some of those ancillary type items, interest income, interest expense, and such. But we can see from the table here, total revenues increased by 792,000 to the 16.7 million. Again, operating revenues, and I'll kind of go over these briefly because I don't want to throw a million single line item numbers at you. But the increase in the operating revenues is primarily from increases of 1,900,000 in zone charges, and I'll address that in just a moment. 827 in ready to serve charges, which were offset by decreases of 1.9 in water consumption sales. Now we see that there are two numbers that are kind of similar, the 1.9 in zone charges and some water consumption. We had some splitting out of the way some of these items were being recorded, and that has a lot to do why we see those large changes in those two numbers there. Nothing unusual. It's just basically reclassifications in the way we're recording it. Non-operating revenues increased 65,000, primarily due to an increase of 37,000 in investment earnings. And we're seeing that across the board with all our clients. Approximately 35,000 in other revenues and a decrease of 7,000 in gain on disposition of assets. Very minor there. So in the aggregate, there again, we saw total revenue increase 792,000. Moving into the expense side of things, we saw operating expenses increase 632,000. Primarily due to increases of 319,000 in water supply costs, 118,000 in change in field services, 88,000 in arsenic plant expenses, some increase of general and administrative of approximately 84,000, and some other more minor changes from year to year, fairly consistent with our expectation. Depreciation and amortization. So as the district invests in its assets, pipelines, tanks, a tank was referred to earlier, things like that, the infrastructure. These costs are not expensed in the year. It's not like you spend $1 million and you expense it and see it in the profit and loss statement. What you're doing with it is you're recognizing the expense over the life of that economic life of that asset. So I'm just going to make up a number and you say that you might expense a tank over 20 years. That isn't correct, but I'm just making that up as an example. So each year you'd have about 1/20th of the cost of that asset being amortized or depreciated. And we can see in the current year, approximately 153,000 in depreciation, a little bit higher than the prior year. Non-operating expense went up 201,000, primarily due to an increase in debt service costs, and that has to do with the new bond issuance. There are costs that are involved in dealing with underwriters and basically the machinery of issuing debt. And 67,000 in interest expense related to long-term debt when compared to the prior year. So that's kind of expense. There again, went up approximately 986. Then we get down to, and I'm looking at the 2024 column, about 2/3 of the way down, we see net loss before capital contributions. So when you take the revenues less the expenses, we can see that the district actually had a slight loss in the current year of 1,067,894. So, big picture, all things being equal, you look to utilizing reserves at times when you have a slight loss like that. That might be one mechanism of dealing with a slight loss like that. The next item is capital contributions. And you had a positive number there, of course, 367,000, which brought your change in net position, which is like your net income, to $700,411. Total net position at the end of the year, and again, net position kind of represents your net worth, was $37,419,731. So I just threw a million numbers at you. Big picture was revenues were up approximately 792, expenses were up 986, and you had a change in net position or like net income or net loss of 700,000 approximately. So kind of let me recap. So again, we are providing you with an unmodified opinion, so it's a clean opinion. We did not identify material weakness in your internal control structure, so we congratulate you on that. And we basically just went through the results of the year's financials. My thanks to everybody that was involved. Jeff Palmer, who is the supervisor on the engagement, extends his thanks to everybody involved. He said it went very well. And that essentially is my report to you. And I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board or staff?
I have a couple questions, just probably one question more for Ty. Looking at a net loss of 700,000, it concerns me. how much of that are reserves and how long could we continue at that rate and still provide water to our customers?
We still have approximately 10 million, 9 to 10 million in reserves. So we could handle that a little bit longer, but this is kind of what kicked off our rate study to look at what rates we need to cover the operations of the district. So I wouldn't want to go many more years of doing
Okay.
this.
And then along with, we took on another $7 million in debt for the pipeline project.
Correct.
Okay.
Northwest transmission
north-
line
the
on
transmission
Unicorn
line.
Road.
Right.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to make sure.
All right, anyone else on the board?
Does anything jump out at you as being problematic compared to other businesses our size?
Are you speaking to me on that question?
Yes, sir.
No, nothing unusual at all. Pretty consistent with what we are seeing. However, we haven't seen many losses in the current year. We're seeing more on the net income side of things. So yours would be a situation that we're seeing a little bit less frequently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any public questions for our auditor? Okay. Okay, go ahead, and if you could, please go to the microphone, identify yourself, and you ask your question.
My name is Wayne Doucette. The question I got is, how many employees does the water board have?
31.
So when you start talking about salaries and overheads, what is that average per person then? 200,000, plus?
No.
No, much less than that. Probably average,
I'm gonna let it-
I don't know.
With benefits or just salary?
Well, it's like salary and benefits and all the other stuff that go into that. I don't know what that is. I worked in the federal government and I know somewhat what it was a few years back, but I don't have any idea right now what you're talking about.
I would venture to guess our average on salary is probably around 70,000.
You could also refer to California transparency, where there's a requirement that public agencies are required to post the salaries of their employees.
Thank you.
Is that All right, on our thank you.
website?
So what?
Are those
That's on the state's website.
state's
More
website.
Transparent California.
Our website does have all the positions and what the ranges are.
Do you have access, you've internet access, yes? You can get to our website? All right, very good, yeah. Just iwvwd.com. That has a lot of information. All right, anything else on the audit? All right, if you would, please, microphone, state your name.
Yes, Renee West-Delusk. I live in Ridgecrest city limits. I kind of lost on this net loss income because it increased by 200,000, but yet we're in the hole another 704,000 on the bottom line. Can you re-explain it?
Okay. Sorry. I think I had my audio turned off there. Yes. So when we're taking a look at 2024, it really, I know it gets a little confusing because what we could do is take a look at 2024 exclusively, 2023 exclusively, and look at the change. So if we look at 2024, just the results for 2024, we can see that the total revenues, and I'm being very simplistic, so I'm kind of hoping if you have an additional question, you'll ask it. But the total revenues, less the total expenses, is driving that loss of the 1,067,000. To that, okay, and that is essentially for the operations of the district, okay? However, during the year, the district has received a certain amount of monies and property from things like contractors, things like that, of 367,000 and change. It's the net of those two. It's the loss from operations And then we add a little bit of that money or all of that money that came in from capital contributions, contractors, things like that. The net of those two numbers is that 700,411. When we start comparing year to year, say 24 and 23, our change is going to be a different type of number altogether. It's going to be basically the change in the loss in this case. So we see that in 2023. I'm assuming that this table is still up. I think I see it up there.
Final table, yes.
Okay, so again, in 2024, we saw 1,067,000 loss prior to capital contributions. In 2023, we see the 873,000. So we have a change from year to year on those two. The thing that you should be, I think, most or focus in on is not so much comparisons on net loss from year to year. It's more of what were the results in 2024. Our comparisons from year to year is just for discussion purposes. But where you're really at right now is it's showing that you have a loss in 2024, and you also have a loss in 2023 as the result of operations and depreciation expense. So I think I kind of went around in a circle on that. Did I answer the question, or did I make it a little bit more of a mystery?
Maybe you could explain, you mentioned other factors, that 357,000 or something that was extra expenses from contractors that.
Oh, okay. Those are actually, it's not expenses.
That's income.
That's actually income. So capital contributions, let me just back up just a little bit so I can explain to everybody what we're really looking at. There are certain formats that are utilized in presenting financial information. And it's essentially to show your operating revenues and your direct non-operating revenues, less your operating expenses, less those non-operating expenses, and come up with a number. So basically, it's a number that's saying the result of our operations is X. Well, just so happens that some outside entity or entities have provided us additional revenue in the form of either cash, and that has to do with capital projects, like a developer comes in and is building houses, and they're required to, and I'm making numbers up here, they're required to pay, I don't know, $10,000 for each connection to the water system. So that would be a capital contribution. And there again, kind of going back to the presentation of a financial statement, what you want to do is you want to show your operations revenue, your operations expenses, what the number is, and then you add in at the very bottom those items that come from outside sources, such as developers and states and federal government. So that 367,000 represents additional revenue that was taken in by the district in 2024, again, in the form of either cash or donations of property. So you take the net of those two numbers, one being the $1,067,000 loss from operations, add in that positive 367,000 that came from developers. The net of those two numbers, adding them together, we end up with $700,411 loss on the year.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Brown? All right. Chris, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
For your report.
You're very welcome.
And you're welcome to stay and watch how this goes if you like, but otherwise, have a great evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it's on to item 10, public hearing. We're going to start with,
Excuse me, do we
Yes.
need to accept and file this
oh,
report, receive and file, I'm sorry. I believe we do.
You probably should receive and file
Yeah.
the motion.
okay, do we have a
I'll
motion?
make a motion to receive and file the audit.
Any discussion? Any public discussion? No? All right. Call for
President St. Amon?
Yes.
Vice President Griffin?
Yes.
Director Boyd?
Yes.
Director Kaczynski?
Yes.
Director Rotora?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. All right, public hearing, we're going to go to sub-item A, presentation of the cost of service study by Mr. Hildebrandt of Hildebrandt Consulting.
Yeah, we do have Mark online here. There he is. All right.
Hello,
Good evening.
great to see everyone. Ty, were you going to give an introduction or would you like me to just jump in?
Yeah, we're here. We kind of went over this financial plan. I believe it was in October. The board kind of finalized the rate structure they're looking at. We sent out Prop 218 notices to all customers and property owners. Noticing tonight as a public hearing. We do have a presentation kind of just to go over that rate study again. And we can go from there. So turn the time over to Mark.
Great, thank you. And is the presentation being posted?
Yeah, the cover slide is up.
Okay, great. It probably has the wrong date on there if I'm not, unless you guys
Nope,
changed it.
February
because-
10th.
I fixed it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ty. Okay, so I'll go to the second slide, the agenda. So we'll just be covering the scope of the work that was covered over the course of the study, the objectives that we had when we embarked on the study, and jump into the financial plan findings. On the third slide, this is a graphic that just shows what usually goes into a rate study. And the point of this slide is to show that this wasn't a comprehensive rate study. In other words, we didn't redesign the rates or recalculate the cost of service. That was done relatively recently for Indian Wells, and so there was no need to update the rate structure itself or calculating the cost of service. This was really just focusing on revenue requirements, which also can be described as a financial plan, forecasting what the costs are going to be to the district over the next 10 years and developing a financial strategy, including rate adjustments in order to meet the district's financial needs. Next slide, 3 or 4. This covers the legal requirements for setting rates in California. So it's just important to note that the district is obligated to meet legal requirements for setting rates. That's part of one of the jobs that I'm here for, is to make sure that the district does comply with all applicable law. The prominent law that is at play here is called Proposition 218. It's part of the California Constitution. And we won't get into the details of what that covers, but it basically says that the district can't charge more than the cost of providing service. So you can't make a profit, and you can't charge one customer group more in the interest of trying to charge another customer group less. You just need to really allocate costs in an equitable way, and make sure that everybody's paying their fair share. That's one part of that law. The second part of that law is procedural, and it says that you can raise rates, but you do need to give the paying public, the property owners, an opportunity to protest against those rates if they so wish to do so. And that's what we're here doing this evening. We're holding a public hearing. And there was a notification that was sent out over 45 days ago to the property owners, letting them know about these proposed rate increases and inviting them to send in protests if they wish to do so. And they'll also have an opportunity to speak up here this evening. Next slide, on number 5, is just a transition slide for the financial plan. So we'll jump to slide 6. This is just a snapshot of the district's revenues. We're looking at the 24-25 budget that's the fiscal year that we're currently in. For revenue, you can see that the vast majority of the revenue comes from rate revenue. That's the rate revenue that's paid by your customers. The GSA fees also shows up on your customers' bills, but we do break that out to show that those GSA fees, which are used to pay for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency costs, are really just a pass-through. It's not money that the district holds on to. It's just passed on to the agency, the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. There are some other miscellaneous revenues that you can see there, interest earnings, capital facility fees from developers, and other operating revenues. So the total revenue is $17.3 million in that budget year. On the next slide, 7, is a snapshot of the operating and debt expenses. What's really important to note about the total number that you see here is that this does not include capital spending. So this is just the operating costs for the year and the existing debt service for existing outstanding debt. So you can see that's the costs are broken into various categories, with some of the larger expenses being your GSA pass-through cost, your debt service, and then there's other different functions there that are shown in the pie chart. Slide 8 is a description of the district's reserve policies. So it is, when I show you the financial plan, I'll show you some lines that indicate some cash reserves that we want to try to maintain in order to protect the district. It's really important to have strong reserve policies and to follow those policies in order to both protect your ratepayers against instances where you just don't have enough money on hand. It also contributes to the district's rating, financial rating, which qualifies the city for cheaper debt if it ever needs to go out for debt. So there is an operating reserve policy to hold on to at least 6 months of operating costs, which is about $5.5 million currently. There's a capital improvement reserve with a target of almost $11 million. The capital improvement reserve is basically to protect the district in the event of catastrophic failure of its infrastructure. You really want to be able to react quickly and to replace your infrastructure if something important were to fail. And so the size of this reserve is based on the cost of the district's assets and assets that are prone to potential failure. They're not expected to fail, but if they did, that's the kind of money you'd need to be able to react quickly and replace them. Then there's a smaller vehicle reserve and a computer replacement reserve. Moving on to slide 9, this is a list of specific capital projects. I'm going to show you a graph that shows the trend here of capital spending on the next slide. But this table is just showing the specific numbers associated with some specific costs associated with different capital projects. There's water supply type projects, there's transmission distribution, there's other categories there. But you can see that the spending, 6 million, 6 million, 4 million, 3.5 million, 2.5 million. That's all in addition to the annual $17 million in operating costs that we talked about earlier. On slide 10, here's the graph I mentioned. So this is just to put into perspective what that capital spending is relative to what the district has spent recently. So over the last 5 years, the district has averaged about $4.2 million in capital spending per year. Going forward, that is expected to increase to 5.3. It's about a 20% increase in annual capital spending. So that is, when we talk about the need for increasing rates, the district's plan to reinvest in infrastructure and making sure that the district's infrastructure is being taken care of proactively and in a way that protects your ratepayers to make sure that they continue to have clean and reliable water. That is going to be one of the reasons that the rates are going up. I also have a list of other factors that are affecting the need for rate increases. Slide 11 is this basically summarizes everything that we just talked about. So the top graph is comparing expenses versus revenues over the next 10 years. So the columns in blue represent expenses and the background in green represent revenues. So if I go through the columns, the dark blue at the base of the column is operating expense, the hashed blue in the middle is debt service, and the light blue at the top is the capital spending. You can see the capital spending jumps around from one year to the next. It's sometimes $6 million, sometimes $1 million. So it jumps around quite a bit. The green in the background represents revenue. So at the bottom, that sort of brownish green is the GSA pass-through, and then there's some miscellaneous revenues, that sliver of green. Then the light green in the middle is the existing rate revenue that the district gets from its existing rates. And the dark green at the top is the additional rate revenue that the district will get with the proposed rate increases. The proposed rate increases are shown at the bottom as percentages. There you can see the proposed rate increases are for the next 5 years, and it's a 12%, 10%, 8%, 8%, 8% increases per year. The next 5%, the 4% for the next 5 years are just projections. Those aren't being proposed here this evening, but really just there to show you that the next 5 years are considered a period of making an adjustment to rate revenue to meet the district's new normal. I'll describe it as a new normal in terms of the annual capital spending needs that the district has, as well as its operating costs and the amount of water that it's selling. The middle graph, the line, is a chart of the reserves over the next 10 years. So the dark line at the top is the target reserve. That's the level of reserves that you'd like to have over the long term. The dashed line is your minimum reserve. That's the level of reserves that you never want to dip below. And the red line is what we're projecting. So you can see that the red line starts at about $20 million and drops pretty quickly over the next several years, and is actually expected to continue to drop through 2027 and bottom out in 2028. The financial audit report that we just heard demonstrates that the district is losing money annually right now as a result of not having enough revenue to cover its expenses. But with this financial plan, the district will recover before the reserves drop below minimum levels and start to recover starting in 2030. We also show the debt coverage ratio, which is a measure of how easily the district can afford its debt. It's an important metric that the banks pay attention to, and you can see with the financial plan, we will be targeting a debt coverage of at least 1.49 going forward, if not higher, which are healthy numbers. Moving on to slide 12. This is the list I mentioned earlier that summarizes the reason that these rate increases have become necessary. There's 3 factors that were identified since the last rate study that are contributing to the need for these rate increases. The first is the district's volumetric revenue. That's the revenue that you get from your customers based on how much water they use. So back in 2020, when we did the last financial rate study, the water usage at that time was 2.43 million HCF. HCF is a cubic hectare, sorry, a cubic, 100 cubic feet, which is about 750 gallons. That's the unit that the district uses. During that time, based on the information that we had, we assumed that your customers would continue to use water at about the same level going forward. In reality, what happened is that usage has dropped by 10.5%, which was a direct hit to the district's usage revenue. Unfortunately, the district's costs don't drop as much as your revenue drops. So when your customers use less water, you get significantly less revenue, but your costs don't drop proportionately to that loss of revenue. And not just that, but because you have tiered rates, and tiered rates are when the first unit of water, the first bunch of water that folks use is less expensive, and higher water users pay more for higher tiers. Because of that dynamic, most of that water reduction happened at higher tiers. So the tier 2 and tier 3 water users were the ones who are reducing usage. That revenue that usage is associated with a lot more revenue than tier 1 water. So when folks at tier 3 use less water, you lose a lot more revenue than when tier 1 customers use less water. So that 10.5 decrease in water usage actually resulted in a 19.4% reduction in revenue. So it was a very significant impact in terms of revenue that's happened over the last 3 years. Going forward, we do assume that water usage will continue to drop at a rate of 2.5% for the next 5 years, just to be conservative, and now that we understand better the direction that the region's going in terms of water usage. The other point here is the CIP spending from fiscal 25 through fiscal 29. Back in 2022, when we look at that time period from right now through 2029, we had assumed, based on what the district knew at the time, it was assumed that capital spending would be about $16 million. Now that the district has updated its capital spending plan, that number has increased to 23.7. So it's a $7.7 million increase, or about 48% increase in capital spending relative to what we thought would be happening during the last study. And then the last point is the operating costs. The projections from the 2022 study for operating costs actually were accurate through 2024. The operating costs that were projected were the same as what happened through 2024. This current fiscal year, though, 2025, the operating costs have jumped by 13%. And the 2022 study assumed that they would only jump by 3%. So those are the three main factors for why the rate increases are being proposed. Next slide, 13. This is just a reminder. Again, we didn't update the rate structure or cost of service, but just as a reminder of the basis for your tiered rates. And I apologize, I mentioned a tier 3 rate. The district has 2 tiers, tier 1, tier 2. This is just to show that tier 1 recovers the district's basic operating costs. It recovers all the district's costs, as well as a GSA pumping costs. Tier 2 also recovers district costs, but it also recovers the GSA pumping costs. In addition, it recovers the GSA replenishment costs. So that's where the pass-through happens for the GSA replenishment costs is through tier 2. And as I mentioned earlier, most of the water reduction happened in tier 2. So the water that wasn't being sold that we thought would be sold was happening at the clip of $7.46, which is a big source of revenue, was expected to be a big source of revenue for the district that it did not receive. Next slide, 14. I won't go through all these numbers, just putting it there for the sake of documentation. I think folks probably have access to this report if they want to take a closer look, but this slide and the next few slides just gives a full documentation of what the proposed rates will look like with the percent increases that are being proposed. So that's slide 14, 15, and 16. And I will just wrap up on slide 17 with the schedule. These recommendations were presented to the Finance Committee on October 8th and then to the board on October 15th. We did send a public 218 notice out well over 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago now. And then hopefully the date there is corrected for holding the public hearing. That's today on February 10th. And then we are proposing to implement rates on, is it March 1st, Ty?
Yes, March 1st.
March 1st, thank you. And my final slide, 18 here, is just in terms of this meeting, the next steps would be to receive, I'll turn it over to you, Ty, in terms of how you want to run it, but normally you receive public comments, you close the public hearing, you tally the protests to make sure that you didn't receive a 50% protest from your property owners. The board will deliberate and then vote if the protest wasn't achieved.
All right, thank you. Do we need to officially, probably need to officially open the public hearing?
Correct.
Now,
Yes.
yeah.
I thought it was open at 6:39, but if not, clarify.
Okay. So before we do that, we'd like to let Ms. Sales have an opportunity to, Ezell? Sorry.
So we're officially open for public comment? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then after Ms. Ezell, it'll be Arturo Ochoa.
Okay, first off, I need to let you know that I get charged at the tier 2. I live alone. I have a dog. I water 5 minutes 3 times a week. That's 15 minutes a week. I do 3 loads of laundry a week, and I run my dishwasher once a week. And my water bill at the current rate on the off season, not summer, is $100 or more a month. I don't use that much water. But because I'm charged at tier 2, I am charged that. During the summer, before I took all my coolers off my house and went to split minis and had solar panels put on, my water bill was running $350 to $400 a month in the summer. I live alone. I don't have a pool. I live in a mobile. I'm retired on a fixed income. You're $770 for the rate? I might as well put my house on sale now and move. Because I retired so I could enjoy a little bit of my life. I'm 73, and you're taking my retirement away from me. I ask that this price hike not go through. If you have too much operating expense, I suggest you take a clue from our president and cut your operating cost. This is not rocket science, folks. If you can't afford to do it, don't. That's my budget. Isn't that your home budget? If I can't afford it, I don't. Please do not implement these rates. I can't afford it. I don't want to leave my hometown again. But if you force me to, I will.
Couple of quick questions for you.
Sure.
Relocatable home.
I don't have one.
You have a mobile home?
I have a mobile on a permanent foundation.
Okay.
I bought it already set up and with all the plants and everything already there when I came back.
Okay. You have trees. You mentioned that. Do you
I've
have,
taken 2 of them down.
you have lawn?
Very small part of one.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to ask a question. Have you used our Water Smart device to see if you have leaks?
I've had all my irrigation and such replaced and all my lines checked. I don't have a leak.
Okay. I mean,
My water is more than people with swimming pools.
Yeah,
No,
that's concerning to us because it
That is.
suggests a leak.
Yeah, and I'll just say, like, we're relatively similar to you, but we use more water than you. Me and my wife and I have a small lawn. We water it 3 times a week. She does 2 loads of laundry a day. We're using more water than you, and I think our bill stays about 80 or 90 bucks.
No, mine runs $100 on
No, we
the
believe you.
off year.
All right.
And
Yeah.
during the summer, it goes to $150 to $200 because I do water a little more then because my grass
Yeah, of
died.
course.
And
Absolutely.
that's fine. If you'd like, I'd be happy to look at your
I wish
data.
somebody would because
It's
I've
just-
been
just
saying
as-
this
just
for
as-
8 years.
No, I'd just like to look at your data to see if there's anything that looks abnormal.
Yeah,
I found several water leaks at my house, which I didn't think I had.
Yeah, well, I've been saying this for 8 years and I was just told, well, that's what you're using and I got shut down.
Okay.
So I have been extremely dissatisfied with what's going on because when I left here, Ridgecrest Heights, water was $15 a month.
Pinky Star.
So you're gonna, our general manager will work with you and he's gonna review the data and if there's something that looks like it might be a leak at your place, then we'll have our operations manager send some people up to see if we can identify
I would also
that.
suggest that you cut your operating cost.
We understand that. Thank you. So,
If you could leave
I
me
would
your
like to make
address.
one comment. I would like everybody here to understand, I'm in tier 2 also. But the water district does not make revenue off of tier 2, just so everybody's clear.
GSA does.
The GSA does.
Yeah, we're not the GSA.
Our water is set up to be charged at 1 tier level. It's the same cost to every customer,
Okay.
under one price. Now, if it goes into the high tier usage, that is a pass-through that the GA gets the revenue for that. So I just want everybody to understand that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, there is one problem. Last month in 2025, President Trump signed an executive order removing the groundwater from California Authority and putting it under federal authority due to mismanagement. If you need to look that up, I would suggest you do it because it was signed January 20th, 2025, I believe.
Okay, so don't go away just yet.
No.
So-
We agree with everything you're saying, so.
Right, so
We're
hang
just telling
hang on. So first, water taste. Absolutely. And what goes into the water here is mandated by both the federal government and the state of California. Doesn't make it good.
It still sucks.
I get you. We absolutely get you. As we're talking about, you have we would very much appreciate it if you would attend Groundwater Authority meetings and share your discontent with their fee with them as well, because they don't hear nearly enough from the public
When and where,
about what's
dear? When
going
and
on.
where?
This Wednesday?
Wednesday at 11 a.m. at the city.
Now that I'm retired, I can make those
I'll look
meetings.
forward to you being there.
We will all look forward to you being there, because the board of directors, I think I'm safe in saying, does not think that the conditions are as dire as the Groundwater Authority has claimed.
Not
And-
according to your dad.
No, and if you, I think it was our water and storage study is on the website. We estimate, using the most recent science and a very thorough study, there's an order of magnitude more water in storage than the groundwater claims.
Absolutely.
And my father's report, which I think was 1986, said with proper water conservation and the development of some water sources within the boundaries, you could sustain a population of 90,000 people in perpetuity.
That one I didn't hear, but when I interviewed him, probably before that,
Okay?
was, could withstand a 100-year drought without rationing.
That, yes. So there's quite a lot of disagreement between the board of directors of this organization and
I would
the
love to
members
see
of
the
the Groundwater
groundwater
Authority.
authority being removed because of a federal mandated EO.
So I think those are all the kind of the comments that I wanted to make, except that we're very soon with an adjudication, we'll be releasing information on what we believe the water recharge of the valley is, and it's also significantly higher than the Groundwater Authority is claiming. And
Well, I wish they'd take me out of tier 2.
I get you. So we're gonna find out why you're in tier 2 in your circumstances. That just does not sound, it sounds like it's up, no, and that is not, you shouldn't be paying, if you're given your circumstances, it immediately makes us think there's a leak someplace and we need to address that immediately.
So if you can, if you leave early, please leave a note with your address on there so I can look the data up.
I'm sorry, could you repeat, please?
Can you leave a note for me with your address so I can look up your address and look in the computer system and see how
Absolutely.
much water is being used when, just to see if there's anything abnormal going on.
All right, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
If I may, just
yes.
because there was a slide where I could have spoken to this a little bit better, just to put that in perspective, because I completely agree that in her situation, she should not be in tier 2. Tier 1 affords almost 500 gallons per day. It's 20 HCF per month, which translates to 500 gallons per day. So I absolutely agree that it sounds like something's amiss in terms of that particular living situation.
Do you have any neighbors that live close to you? Okay, we're also going to look for illegal connections to your water system.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. I wish I'd heard it sooner.
I don't know about the rest of you. My name is Wayne Doucette, 262 East Diamond Peak, Ridgecrest.
Okay.
I've been around here since the early 60s. I bought my first property in the late 60s, so I've lived in the area now for the last several years. I retired from the Navy 2000. My wife and I ended up that time of building a house and having it built on Diamond Peak. At that time, one of the things you looked around the valley, water may not have been plentiful, but at least people did have yards and had trees. You look around now, the yards are almost all gone. The trees are dying. And I'm sitting here saying, the reason I bought this property and built the house is I wanted to be able to grow a garden, grow a few trees. Well, I can remember when this water district put on University of California Extension people from Bakersfield come over here and give classes. And I took them back in 2015 or whatever it was on how you use the water wisely, what kind of plants to grow, et cetera, et cetera. Now it's getting to be where you can't even grow those. I don't have any lawn. I've got rid of all the oleanders because I couldn't afford to water them. And the next thing is a few trees I got are going to go, or we're going to move because I can't afford it. And you talk about the water, it does smell like chlorine, and we cannot drink it. We buy bottled water for drinking, for our coffee. We also buy water from the water people that deliver around here. So, our water in the summer is running, and we're in tier 2. I'll tell you, it runs 400 plus a month. And the trees, the needles are all falling off. They're not getting enough water. And so I don't know why you say tier one should all go to that expense GSA, all go to the tier two people. Everybody else is using the water around here too. So that assumption, I don't think is fair to me or the rest of the people in here when you say, well, you're using above your annual groundwater allocation. You know, I don't know where you came up with that number, but if you're going to have to pay this GSA fee, what it's going up to be, I think it ought to be split across the whole district, and everybody that uses water ought to help pay for that thing, and not just the tier two people. You know, that's my personal feeling. And tonight I listened to all this stuff about the fees and all this other stuff. I don't know why we got to have a 20% new normal and allocation costs and all that other stuff. That seems like to me in a time where everybody's hurting, why you can't go to a lesser number, 5% maybe, or whatever it is. The cost of living to us is like 2 or 3%. And yet the district can go put 20% in, your capital expenditure fees going up, and you're basing the rate on that. Come on, you know, everybody ought to eat some of this cost. So I'm totally against the water increase fees. I also have another property in Ridgecrest that I'm paying water rates on. So that's 252 East Diamond Peak. So or Purdue, the second property is.
So you have no lawn?
No lawn.
It's just some trees?
Just then I went in and put all Leppo and Mondale pines.
Yep.
You know, it's not like I got a couple, I got a fig tree, you know, which they're not water eaters either, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like your landscaping is taking much water.
No, it doesn't.
Swamp coolers for the summer?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
my shop. The
Absolutely.
house is all air conditioned, so it's just the shop.
And
Okay,
Mr. Doucette's in the same situation I'm in. We have a pumping fee also because we live on the hills. So
Right.
There's different charges that we have to pay also.
Yeah, that's
So-
probably different than yours and mine, the pumping fee, but you know, you start adding all this stuff up and pretty soon you got $400 to $500 a month.
And you're in tier two
Yes.
from
Yeah.
water usage.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like you should be in tier two from the water usage. There may also be an issue like a leak at your residence.
Well, I went through that too. You know, I've had leaks before and, you know,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I got that thing and we've worked that out, but I don't think there's any leaks. That's my personal.
We'd like to make the same offer to you as to Ms. Elise, if you would please leave your name and contact information with our general manager. He's going to take a look at your bill and see what's going on. And if it looks like there might be a leak, we're going to have our operations people see if we can find it.
Fine.
Because that doesn't sound like you should be in tier two.
Are you tier two year round, Dwayne?
I don't know. What are we paying now? I don't remember what our last bills were. But
Okay,
if we're not, we're close to it.
we'll take a look.
If you can leave me your address, we'll look your stuff up. There's things we can look at. Fortunately, we have a good system that records the data.
Yeah, I understand that.
But I understand where Mr. Doucette's coming from too, which I've brought to the board several times. We're in there, everybody's not the same across as our ratepayers. You know, you have 2.5 acres. I have 5 acres, but everybody's based on the same tier one structure.
Yeah.
So that's, I understand what he's saying because I agree with him. I'm in the same situation. Mine is tier two also, but I also have 5 acres and trees.
A pool.
And a pool, but no grass. But
I don't have any pool.
we have those costs. And
But,
so,
you know, we planted oleanders across the front to try to keep the dust down the house. Well,
Yeah.
I finally cut all those out. So it's just,
Yeah.
that was something I could do without, I guess.
Right.
So,
The rate structures were designed so the people in your circumstances and the circumstances of Isel would not be paying that GSA fee. So you're not using enough water in your house and your irrigation that suggests the water's going somewhere and we need to try to identify where that is and fix
well,
it.
yeah, you know, we do wash clothes. My wife likes things clean, you know, and we're going through, you know, and in fact, we went out and bought a top loaded washer because we don't think those front loaded things and the water clean the clothes without washing them 2 or 3 times. So, you know, I've played all those games.
But there might be a leak somewhere in the line from the house.
I'll
that
leave
you
your
have to
name and
wash.
address. Yeah.
Please do, name and address, and you would have to wash 50 loads of laundry a day to meet the 500-gallon numbers.
I want to
Use that.
say something because I keep,
You do change your watering in the winter
Oh, yeah.
Right, so it's way down relative to what it is in the summer, right?
Yeah.
So you ought to see an appreciable reduction
Well, we do.
over
It's-
six months.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot higher in the summer. I don't know what the numbers are. I guess I should have brought that.
Director Kozinski?
Yeah, I hear about this. I happen to have 2 meters I have 5 acres. I have my house on 1 meter. I have all my landscaping on another meter, okay, which happens to be a 1-inch meter. My average for my house, and I have air conditioning, not swamp coolers. I do a lot of laundry because we have 3 dogs. And, the showers and everything else. Typically, I use about 2 HCF a month. So my bill is the 2 HCF plus the fixed rate charges, so roughly $57. On my landscaping, I have over almost 400 trees, okay? And they're mature. My average bill, because I've been keeping track of this for years and years, see how it's increased over the years. My average bill, when I average it out at the end of the year for landscaping, and I have no grass, all desert plants, all desert trees, all of them, it averages about, with the GA fee, averages about $260 a month. Okay? So I have to believe, and I use WaterWise a lot. I constantly look where my water is being used. Do I have leaks on the system? What's going on? And I do find them. I find valves that are stuck open that you don't see. So that's why I always say, don't let your trees die. If I can, survive almost, I won't say 400, maybe it's about 250 trees or so. And they're mature, and they're Aleppo pines, they're Palo Verdes, they're mesquites, they're desert willows, all desert trees.
That's all I have.
I water them. I water those trees once a week for 30 minutes each at 1 GPM. In the wintertime, starting in November, I shut my water off, and I still haven't turned it back on. I'll turn it back on at the beginning of April. So that's why my average is so low. And I monitor my trees.
Your pine trees aren't losing all their leaves?
No.
Needles?
No. I monitor the ground occasionally with one of those things with moisture. If I do see during the time when we're really warmer in the wintertime, I might kick the system on for 1 shot of water sometime. But typically I turn it off for about 5 months. And yes, I've lost a few trees, but not from underwatering, for other reasons. If I lose a tree that I want to place in, I'll put something like a Palo Verde in or something. And my Palo Verdes only water once a week for half a GPM for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that it can be done. And so that's why I wonder, and I use WaterWise a lot. Believe me, I found some leaks, and I watch it real closely. Otherwise, I know my water bill will be higher.
Yeah, we're not discounting
Yeah.
what you're saying. You can see why we're concerned that might be a leak somewhere on the property, and we'd like to try to resolve that issue.
Yeah.
I'll get you a name and address.
Okay.
Please do.
Yeah.
George.
I'll let Chuck go first.
Oh,
I just have one more comment. Mr. Doucette, you made the comment about, the 20% increase. And I want to assure you, we keep a very close eye. The employees aren't getting a 20% increase. We're not going out and buying a bunch of new products. All we're doing, you've seen our audit report, where we're in the
But
loss.
I can also look at that thing and it says I need $10 million reserve because I'm going to have 1 well, 1 tank, one. That isn't all at the same time. I can't believe you need each one of those.
Well, that's what I want to give you an example. We just replaced a $7 million emergency because we lost a main transmission line. Over the weekend, we lost another line on Brady, which I'm sure you've seen on the internet. And I would venture to say that just to fix this problem was probably going to be close to $1 million that just happened this weekend because we lost a 30-inch line. And so this stuff, it's a 21-year-old pipe, 22-year-old, is that correct? 30-year-old pipe. And so these things are happening, and it's not that we're hoping they happen. We're just trying to plan to be able to fix that problem so we can provide the water. It's not something that we're just going, oh, well, let's look. As a board, we see, oh, they need new vehicles, or, oh, we need to put this in. The only thing we're doing is critical management to make sure that we supply the water to you guys. We're here, we pay the same water bills. We don't want to do an increase. The last thing we want is an
I can't
increase.
believe that we're paying the same water bill as the city has. I see how many acres of lawn down there running on water all the time?
And we're not. The city has, the
That's
city
right,
has,
they
the
got a
cities,
well.
the cities are watering on a
I
well.
know, but they got a well. Why aren't they paying some of these GSA fees then?
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Well,
Please.
Tired of it.
No, don't go. No, this is great. They are, Mr. Doucette, the city was exempt from paying GSA fees by the GSA back when they
So
formed.
is the Navy and so is this and
Oh,
so is that. you know?
Right, well, the Navy, we can't,
Only three entities were
I'm
not.
just saying, that's retarees. We
I get
aren't
it.
exempt from any
We
of
get
this.
it.
I get it. I get it.
There's a meeting Wednesday morning. at 11
Please,
o'clock.
please come.
The GA would love to hear from you. We'll help you as we
Oh,
can.
No, it's Mr. Ochoa is next.
Do you mind if I?
Just one second. Look, let's queue up Arturo here before he gets stuck to the back. All right, George, 1 second. Hang on just 1 second, Arturo. No, stay right there. Don't go anywhere. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment about a sort of a larger issue that's going on. We've talked a lot about the GA and people are concerned about the GA fees. So we did a study on the pipeline that they've proposed. And the results of that study is that even if they get $150 million from the federal government, which is what they've asked for, if they get every penny of that, they will still have to buy $50 million worth of water and finance it that we will end up paying for. They will have to operate and maintain a pipeline with somewhere, depending on the amount of water that comes there through it, somewhere between $7 and $12 million a year that we will have to pay for. So the larger battle that's going on here that I really appreciate that the board has not actually sort of tooted their own horn about. Like we do spend some money on the adjudication that has been talked about, which is a lawsuit, and lawsuits aren't cheap. But our estimate is that if the pipeline does get built, every single of the 20,000 acreage, or 20,000 parcels in the Indian Wells Valley will get about a $500 to $600 a year tax increase, and your water bill will essentially double. Just take whatever it is now and it'll double. And that's not included in this rate study. But what is part of this rate study is the money that we have to spend, because we're really the only entity, and this board is standing up to the state, the federal government, the counties of Inyo, Kern, and San Bernardino, and we are the lone entity that is fighting, hopefully, to find a better solution than this other pipeline, because we do not want to be here 5 or 7 years from now saying, well, you're going to get a bunch of taxes and you're going to get a doubled water bill. So that doesn't come for free, and it is a part of what is affecting our rates today. And I just like to thank the board for being courageous and standing up for what they believe is right. And you guys, we could certainly use your help in that sort of, we'll call it that fight.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Well, thank you for letting us vent. This really helps my pacemaker.
Oh, yep, up a little bit there so we can
sorry.
record you. Yeah, thank you. No worries.
Oh, the young man on the screen, he mentioned that the delivery charge came on 2020 then, right? The $50 delivery charge.
No, I think what he was saying on 2020 was the amount of water that was sold in 2020. That's what we based our previous rate study on, anticipating that the water sales would be the same or greater, and they actually decreased, I believe.
Yeah.
Because people were paying more
Yeah,
because of
we
the
were forced
groundwater
to,
fees.
yeah, conserve. It seems like the young man said, it seems like the more we conserve, the more we get charged.
The harder it hurts.
So according to this, when you guys start charging the delivery charge, you guys are making $6 million every year just on delivery charge, not on usage. So that to me, like he just said, is 4.2 million on capital spending. That's more to repair the pipelines. So will that delivery charge ever go down? Because it seems like if we go on a vacation for a month, you're delivering what? But we still have to pay.
You mean the ready to serve?
Ready to serve.
fee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if we
Some
get
call
tied
it
to
delivery
comment.
charge.
I wonder if we can get tied to comment on some of our fixed fees, like insurance and how much it's gone up, because there's things that even
I
if we
agree
go.
with, yeah, my
So there are
insurance was
things-
$311 for my home.
Yeah.
2,000, it went up to
Yeah.
2,000.
And the same thing.
So they canceled.
Mine's doubled.
They canceled because we're in the wind area.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think,
So,
what we're
may-
trying to say is that we have fixed charges like monthly bills. We have an electric bill we have to pay, we have an insurance bill. And because of inflation, like Ty, can you give him some of the sort of increases that we've had in some of these like fixed charges that we just can't reduce no matter what we do?
Yeah, I think both, insurance went from, we were paying 200,000 a year. Just 2 years ago, we're up to 400,000 a year
incredible.
on insurance.
So like,
And that'll probably only go up with, wildfires and
Yeah.
all that stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, we have things like that are, inflation has hit us hard too.
And our,
Yeah.
and our electric, I know
Our
we,
electric.
we do have solar, but we also had 2 incidents this year to tie back into my story previously, Mr. Doucette, where all of our copper wire was stolen. And so it wiped
From the
out our
solar
whole solar
plants.
system.
Right. Yeah.
So now we have the solar system bill, plus we pay over $500,000 a year in electric.
Yeah.
Until we can get enough money but recouped to redo the solar system
Yeah,
again.
about 90% of our costs are fixed. I mean, the water's the cheap part.
Yeah.
And over the last 4 years, the cumulative inflation, 20%. Everything's gone up. Materials that are used to filter the water in our federally mandated arsenic treatment plants has gone through the roof. So the gas, electricity, there's getting everybody up here is hitting everybody the same way it's hitting you. My insurance on the house is doubled.
right.
I had to put solar in and take a loan out to do that because my electric bill was $4,000 a year. I was on its way to that, and I did not wish to have to go
Yeah, well, it
bankrupt
seems
to
like
pay
every
that.
time we conserve something, they still charge us. So
More
we
and
don't-
more. I have
Because we're
It's-
over-regulated.
all,
I agree with you.
all LED lighting in the house. Yeah, so.
Right. Well,
You
Okay.
can't talk about these
You know-
unfunded mandates from the state, which is,
Chuck,
I will. That's what I'm gonna do.
Chuck, your dad always said someday the government's gonna make us wear a filter because we can't even toot.
Yep, that's it. That's what my dad said.
That in.
Before you, let's let Dr.
Yeah, I want to address one thing about the fixed rates. Many years ago, 2011, I think, is when we weren't on mostly fixed rates, we were mostly on usage, based on usage. You use less, you paid less. It put this district in a world of hurt. That's when we had, I forget how many layoffs. We weren't able to maintain the system, and we had to follow suit with about 95, if not 100% of utility companies in the United States are doing, is you gotta go into a fixed rate system. Because whether or not you use water, we still have to have water available for you to use. So the plant needs to maintain whether you use a drop of it or not. And that's where the fixed rates come from. They're absolutely essential. And I wish I could, and that's, if you look at this rate increase, the amount of rate increase in the usage is not as nearly as much as the rate increase would be. I think the 3/4 inch meters going up $6 a month or something like that, or the first time, from what I saw from his chart. So I want people to understand, I know it's very frustrating. You say the more I conserve, the more the prices go up. But if they don't, then we can't maintain the system. We have to maintain the system. I want to make another comment about government mandated costs. And a good one is the GSA, obviously. There are costs out there that, as it's not really a joke, I told Ty one time, why don't you sit down and sort of give me an idea of how much do we pay a year for things that are mandated by the state government that really don't do anything, and that includes the time and effort and cost of our employees that have to produce all the reports they require and everything else. I think we'd be shocked to know how much that is a year. For roughly $14 million budget, I'll bet there's a couple $1 million in there that is state mandated. And we just don't have a choice with those, except if we do what Mike wants to do all the time, just stop paying them or stop doing it. And that just gets us into more trouble.
The ready to serve is never gonna come down.
I can't see, as long as there's inflation, as long as fuel prices go up, insurance goes up, materials go up, you're never going to see that come down.
Yeah.
I wish I could say it would.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, thanks
Director
again
Boyd?
for letting
I
us
just
know.
wanted to add something as well. I think at the beginning, it was you or another had raised the issue about the reserve we have. You all might remember a few years ago, we had those 2 earthquakes in the middle of the summer. Because we had reserve, we were able to respond basically instantly to service all of the issues that those earthquakes brought on. So, reserves are important.
Oh, I agree. It was, yeah, it was him that brought it up,
Yeah,
but,
it's very, very important.
but back then, you guys did not have a ready-to-serve charge.
At the time of the
That's-
earthquake, we did.
We did,
Yeah,
since
it did. It may not be
2012.
as high.
Since 2012.
2012,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again.
Yep,
Thank-
thank you, sir, for your comments. Appreciate it.
I have one more comment for Mr. Archer.
You can go ahead and sit down. If
You can sit down.
Says
I
something
just want to make a statement.
controversial,
and-
you jump right back up.
And something that I observed while we're watching this presentation by Mark, you notice the water was anticipated to decrease in use by 2.5% each year due to conservation. You mentioned saving. If we save more, it costs more. And you'll see the rate increase projected each year. But as a board, if we approve this tonight, it doesn't mean that that gets implemented every year. It means that we have the option. So for say, as Mr. Hillebrand projected a 2.5% decrease, if that stayed the same, that would give this board the allowance to have the same revenue coming in by decreasing it 2.5% because the usage stayed the same, so our revenue would stay the same. So, and we have done that, I think, twice. We voted to not go with a rate increase because our revenues were okay. So we will do that. Trust me, if we have the ability to do that and the usage stays the same and we plan for a 2.5% decrease, it gives us the option to not put that increase in place. Correct? Okay.
Yeah, I believe what they said is like you even have the option if there was a 5% increase or a 4% increase, you could go with a 2% increase or some piece of that. You only need to increase the rates as much as is required to keep us solvent.
Yeah, we cannot make any money.
That's right. This is a
We're not here to make money.
not-for-profit organization. And we fought things, the electric vehicle mandate. The state wanted everybody to, who was the utility, to replace all their vehicles with battery-operated vehicles. Now, I don't know anybody has a battery-operated bulldozer, but imagine what that would cost. And so we're trying every opportunity we have to keep these costs down. And when we see things like the electric bulldozer mandates, we fight those as best we can through the organizations that we're members of. All right, please. Thank you for coming, sir. Have a great night.
I got a rotary phone, so I gotta FaceTime my grandkids.
Okay, nice.
Thanks for coming.
Good night.
My name's Katie Nazick, and do you need my address or?
No.
Okay, so I just have a question. How were the tiers determined? So the tier 1, tier 2, like right now we have 7 tiers that are in,
There's
but in the current rates that we're paying now?
Right.
2.
We had 7 before.
Okay, we
Yeah.
had 7 before. I
Right.
haven't paid attention to my water bill, obviously.
Then we went to 4.
And that-
Okay,
and-
well, we used to have 7,
Yeah.
went to 4, now we're gonna be at 2. Then the tier 1 is at the 20 HCF, I believe and then you go into tier 2.
Mhm.
It depends on your meter size.
Okay, so if you have
So
a
if
3/4,
3/4 inch meter.
Yep.
It's 20. If you go up 1 inch, it's a little bit more. If it's 1.5 inch, you get a bigger allocation.
okay, but most of us that live in town that are
Have
in
a
a house
3/4.
have a 3/4.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, what drove having the new 2 tiers or the 2 tiers cut off there at that 20? Why isn't it 21 or 22 that might allow for some of the other folks?
Okay.
So that's my question.
Like, don't sit down. You might have another
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
We're going to let Ty handle
Okay.
that question.
So if every customer stayed within tier 1, we would not have a GSA fee to pay. So pretty much we're allotted 4390 acre feet per year, and that covers the tier 1. Anything above that is we have to pay the GA for the replenishment fee, so that is charged the replenishment fee.
So is that word gotten out that if the whole GSA would go away, if we could, would it go away? Is that what you're saying? Or
Unfortunately, no.
okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I think a lot of people might, be willing
The
to
fee
do
would
that.
go away. Our friends at the GA would not.
Okay.
And
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
But I believe to answer her question a little better, Ty, if we could, if I'm correct, we had talked about the 500 gallons a day per household is kind of where the 20 HCF came in. Is that correct? Is it on?
No.
It's green.
No, so the 20 HCF is purely the 4390.
Okay.
Give it 10
But we
cents.
also discussed, I know in previous meetings, that the state was mandating the 55 gallons per day per person. And so that was giving more than the state was allocating for a family of 4.
Right.
Each day is what the board of directors were looking at. We're going to give more than the state is going to mandate us in the next year or so to be below that 55 gallons per day per person.
Right.
Or
so
we get fined.
Yeah. That's dropped, but we had to factor in, okay, there's that indoor component, there's also the outdoor component, and currently we're meeting that.
Go ahead, Director Boyd.
I was part of the last finance committee to put the current rate study in place. And one of the things that Mark had advised us and reminded us is everybody, we can't favor one customer over another. They all have to be equally treated. So by dividing that 43, whatever it is, number of acre feet that we're given per year, you get to that 20 CHF per. Sorry, I'll get these things correct in a minute. Otherwise, I'll just make things. Anyway, everybody's getting the same fee-free water, whether you're tier 1 or tier 2. You all get the same fee-free water. If you use more than that fee-free water amount, you pay the GSA fee.
It's not free. You still pay the 24-cent pumping fee.
Yeah,
Everybody
But
does.
the fee-free water.
But the big
Everybody gets the
replenishment
same
fee.
amount of fee-free water.
GSA fee.
Yeah, the GSA fee.
Replenishment fee.
Yeah.
There's a pumping fee that they
Everybody
have
pays.
leveled, and it's $135 an acre foot, and there's a replenishment fee, which is what, $2,200 an acre foot? So, and also about just to touch back a little bit on water usage, there's a law in California, conservation is a way of life, and it is mandating that on a per capita basis, that you don't use more than 55 gallons of water per person per day. And that drops to 48 in a year or two, and then it drops down to 42 gallons per person per day. And the population of the valley goes up about 1% a year. You would have to have an incredible spike in people in order to meet the same water sales. And so it's an anticipation of the board that water demand is going to continue to drop over the next couple of years as people are trying to meet these state regulations. Now, the good news is we already meet their 55 gallons per day requirement because you are all doing a beautiful job conserving your water. But that's just another one of the issues that we're facing as a district.
And an option on that, some water districts have done this, that there's no way that they're going to ever meet that in their district, so they've elected to pay the penalty. The penalty is $10,000 a day to the state if you don't meet that mandate. But they figured out it would probably be cheaper for them to work that into their rates and pay the $10,000 a day than it would be to try to meet the state mandate. But either way, the state caused it. And those will continue to happen.
And it's worth noting, like, even if we're not in dire trouble here under that conservation as a California way of life, those districts that needed to reduce their consumption by, based on their population by 30% or more, they're not getting money from the state, and you go, that's just another unfunded mandate that they levy on water districts, and they say, well, you guys get to figure it out. We're incredibly grateful for the work that's been done in conservation here because, that would be one, if we had to reduce 10% or 15%, that would be just another expense. We would have to figure out how to do it. It would be more onerous regulations and more cost. I'm not sure how we would do it, but it wouldn't be free. And so, just another example of how the state sort of is constantly putting out these great ideas and then asking you to pay for it.
Right. Okay, do we have another member of the public like to make comment? Please, when you get up there, state your name, sir. Thank you, thank you. I do like his hat.
My name is Mike Wise.
Wise?
And, yes, sir. WEIS.
Oh, Vice, all right.
And I would like to have Ron or somebody to tell me how I can keep my trees alive. I've been watering them for 40 years. When I came out of Vietnam, I ended up here. I've been watering those trees for 40+ years. And they're basically dying on me. And I can't understand why. I did find out something tonight that I didn't know this morning, and that is that pine trees like 7 or 8 hours of water with a 0.5 dripper or pressure dripper, whatever it is. Because I've been trying to find a solution to the problem, but it'd be nice if somebody who has trees can just tell me on how to water those trees so I don't lose any more.
Well,
And I have one other thing
Okay.
is, you guys are complaining about these pipes breaking.
Yeah.
Just because it didn't break at the time that the earthquake hit, doesn't mean that they didn't crack.
right.
And so I
Yeah.
expect you guys are going after the state or somebody to help you do that, right?
That's right.
Because just because the earthquake hit yesterday doesn't mean the pipe ain't gonna break a week from now.
Yes. Yes,
Don't
we
we
do.
owe a big thank you to one of our representatives who helped us get $3 million from the state,
Shannon Grove did, yeah.
Shannon Grove.
Shannon Grove, yeah. So we missed the deadline for getting funding from the state and the federal government for earthquake repairs because the pipes had the bad judgment of breaking after the deadline had gone. But Shannon Grove was able to get us a significant amount of money to work on the Northwest Transmission Line, which is all that stuff you saw dug up on Inyakern Road.
Yeah.
So yes, it could well be the earthquake. Concrete's not very flexible.
No. And it takes a while for it to break after it's broken.
Yep, the water gets in
Gets a
there.
break and then the water
Right,
starts
yeah.
pushing on it and then pretty soon you got a problem.
Okay. Could you please provide your name and contact information to Director Kaczynski?
I'm gonna briefly tell him what he needs
To do.
Basically, an advantage I had is I trained my trees. It was a new property. As I put them in, I started that watering program right from the start. So they looked a little wimpy for a while, but then they took hold. I do have some large pines that were there were pine trees on my property. And I water them at 2 gallons a minute for roughly 40 minutes once a week. And what I found out was you're right. You need to, instead of drenching them 2-3 times a week, you just do one good drenching once a week. And however, if you have trees that are beginning, especially pine trees, if they're starting to turn brown and die, I don't know if those are savable. I'm not an arborist.
You can't save them.
But I do know that I trained my trees to handle that, all my landscaping. I've been on that program. And I don't know whether they learned it or what happened, but they survive on the water that I give them. And very healthy too. When I do lose a pine, they're fairly small still, maybe 8, 10, 12-inch diameter. I just rip them out and put a Palo Verde in. Then I put a half a gallon for 30 minutes on, which saves me water. Yeah.
You use pressure emitters?
I pressure compensated risers, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But what, is it 0.5? Is it 1?
Yeah, they do a 0.5, a 1 gallon, a 2 gallon, and I think they do a quarter gallon one as well. You can do different ones.
What do you use?
It depends. On the trees, I use 2 GPM, and on my Palo Verdes, I use a half a GPM.
So in trees that are probably like yours, it's 2 gallons per minute.
Yeah. If they're pines.
Yeah, they're pines.
Yeah.
If you want to, give me your information, or if you got an email or something, I'll send you some information about it. Because they're hard to find.
Yeah.
You got to get pressure compensated ones. I know where you can get them online. Okay?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Who else? Please.
I think she spoke once already. Is it okay?
Yes, it's all right.
Judy Decker. My question is, both Mr. Doucette and the lady that talked first kept talking about being in Tier 2.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if they're talking about being in Zone 2. No? Okay. And the other question I have is, since we had the terrible fires last month, you know that Edison Company is going to be raising their rates.
Right.
And while obviously when this rate study was done, the fires hadn't happened yet, but the fires that occurred a few years ago have already been, they're in the works for raising the rates for our Edison bills now, and I wondered if anything like that was factored into your rate increase, because you, like everybody else in the valley, uses Edison Company.
I'll let Mr. Hildebrand answer that.
Or Ty.
No, he's
I'm sorry.
still there.
Yeah, but the audio is a little bit. Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, did you take into account increases in electrical costs and insurance?
Yeah, absolutely. So the financial model, the 10-year financial model, looks at different categories of costs, including insurance and electricity, and makes assumptions about how those costs are going to increase. And in fact, we made some very, very optimistic assumptions about all costs. We're just going to increase at 3%. So not likely to materialize, but just given the size of the rate increases that were being proposed, we decided to err on the side of optimism in terms of inflation going forward.
Okay, so the recent conflagration down in Los Angeles was not taken into account.
Certainly not. No, that happened after we finalized our findings.
Okay, thank you, sir. Right. Would anyone else like to make a comment or question?
Renee, it's good to see you in person tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
She's still here. That's Renee.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna like my question, though.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I watched the workshop that you had on January 23rd, and they spelled out in some places the cost of the adjudication, and that you had budgeted in 2025, 800,000, I guess, for all the legal fees and administrative, and then there was adjudication technical contract, and that totaled like 1,127,200,000. So that's like $2 million added on, I assume, to this year. So it must be causing some of the shortfall that we're having with revenues, because we're down, what, 933,000? That's almost $1 million. If we didn't have the adjudication costs, then wouldn't we be you'd have to raise the rates less, a lesser amount, correct?
Right. So those costs are associated with actions taken by the Groundwater Authority. And part of that is trying to find an adequate solution that does not involve building a $500 million pipeline, which has to be replaced every 30 years and has a budget of maintenance and operations virtually the same as the Water District's budget right now. So yes, the Groundwater Authority has saddled us with replenishment fees and pumping fees, and they have also led to increases in legal fees and other fees as well. So it is an increasing cost, and it is because of the actions of the Groundwater Authority that we're experiencing those.
But we could have lower rates. You wouldn't have to raise them so much.
If we had not taken these steps, we would be saddled with a $500 million pipeline.
But what
That's
about,
going to cost everybody 2 to 3 times their current budget.
what about after this adjudication is supposed to be supposedly done by 2027, or it could drag on for
Then the
years?
legal fees associated with the adjudication would diminish, if not go away completely, and we'd be back at our regular legal fees.
But then what happens? You can't lower the rates after you're done with the
I think Director
adjudication?
Griffin said that if we find we're making more in fees than we need to at the time, we can adjust the fees downwards, yes.
So if we continue to pay for the adjudication and things go favorably to us and the pipeline does not get built, your tax bill will not go up by $500 or $700 a year, and your water bill will not double, and we will have the option to look at more affordable options, and then we'll be able to reassess what those rates might be. But this is what we'll call a short-term investment to prevent a long-term, much more significant rate hike.
So you're saying you can adjust them?
We can adjust downwards in the future, yes.
We can adjust downwards at any time that we can't make money, Ms. Westluck. We can never get it. It's not, we're not here for profit. So once the adjudication is over, or our legal fees go down, or more water is used and not much, we can drop that percentage, whatever we need to. So I'm going to speak a little different than you spoke. I'm going to be a little bit more clear from where I'm coming from. I would rather spend a little bit money right now, and I understand it's an impact. It cost me money, it cost our ratepayers money. But the 1.3 million, I'm not sure of the numbers that you said that we're spending this year on an adjudication, to me is far cheaper than a pipeline that's implemented that's going to cost $10 million a year to operate. Because if that happens, the operating cost alone is $10 million a year anticipated. That cost will go directly to the ratepayers. So add another 10 million in for life instead of just having a $1.8 million increase or 1.2 for a few years. So that's where I'm at, because I don't want to see a pipeline built in this valley coming from the south. I'm not against a pipeline being imported water coming in, but I don't want to see one come from the south and cost the ratepayers that much money for the rest of eternity. I just don't. So I'm willing to spend a little bit of money now to see if we can find another solution to fix the water in this valley so we can all work together and the Navy can exist and do well and thrive, and my grandkids and their kids can live here forever.
Jim, did you have something you wanted to add?
The rate study, all that indicates is the maximum amount that the board can raise the rates at that time. They could choose not to raise the rates at all, notwithstanding acceptance of this rate study next year. I don't think that's likely, but it's certainly a possibility. It is within the board's discretion how much the rates go up each year, based upon the rate study, of course.
So you're saying they could have another rate study in 1 or 2 years to lower the rates?
They wouldn't have to have a rate study with them. You don't have to have a rate study to lower your rates.
Only for raising them.
So what you would just, because you've got a chart here that projects all these, what your bill's going to be in 2028, 2029.
So each year they have to vote
The
whether those
fixed.
will be implemented. Is that correct?
We would consult with our rate study consultant if they wanted to do something to decrease rates significantly in a couple of
Because on this fixed monthly service charge, it looks like it's in stone. You know, you've got February 1, 2025, January 1, 2026, January 1, 2027. So you're saying you're going to have to vote on each one of those?
What I'm telling you is on March 1st, 2026, probably at the February board meeting, the board will revisit this. We've already got a rate study. We don't have to do another rate study. The board will make a decision whether it needs 10% on March 1st, 2026. That's what it says. It's their option. They can do it. It's not written in stone, meaning that it has to occur. It's a board discretion.
Because on these, it says January 1 as the effective date for all of these.
Yeah, the first one is March 1st and the following is January 1st.
So at the December meeting.
December meeting then.
So you
Do it during the
decide this
budget process.
December of like the end of this year for 2026?
Correct.
And-
And if we're on budget and we're doing better, we don't have to do a rate increase. We will not do a rate increase.
That's correct.
If we have to, then we've already had a public hearing that it's approved, but we do not have to have one to lower the rates or not to increase them.
So here's another thought. So the GA is pleased to have money programmed for the construction of the pipeline. And if they took that $50 million and used that to repair and improve the infrastructure in the valley, instead of spending it on a pipeline, which we all up here believe is unnecessary, that would save the water users of the valley a considerable amount of money. So then if that were to happen, although, you know, who knows what the probability of that would be, It would not only save us money, it would allow us to do the capital projects that are necessary to bring our network back up to snuff. It would also meet the president's intention to be more efficient with the expenditure of funds. Right.
I understand you did all these projections. It's the water district's people that you hired to do all the projections of the cost of the pipeline, but that really hasn't been corroborated by another source. So I
We
think-
hired professional organizations that do this as a regular course of business.
So you
And
could-
they have provided us with very excellent estimates for the cost of the pipeline. Now, there are certain members of the Groundwater Authority staff who disagree with that, but they have yet to provide us with any feedback on our study. And quite frankly, just saying "nuh-uh" from the GA is not an adequate argument. Director Kaczynski.
No, I just want to confirm, yeah, I mean, that was done by a professional organization that does it for all throughout government agencies. And with the best information we have using GA's estimates of the cost of building the pipeline. Some things were left out that were added in by us for best engineering practices, and some things modified. The GA has yet to comment on it. And my feeling is, and I will ask this question all the time, if no one that supports the GA or the GA themselves believe those numbers, where are their numbers? Where's their economic analysis and economic impact? So until I see something come from there, ours is the only one to stand by.
Well, there's also the possibility they can get more federal funding and grants.
So they build the pipe, and then you have to maintain the pipe. And then you have to rebuild the pipe in 30 or 50 years when the pipe becomes obsolescent. So it isn't just one and you're done. A $500 million pipeline is going, $500 million pipeline is going to be saddling this valley with permanent high-cost water.
Yeah.
George.
I'll just make this comment. When we initiated that study, both in our private meetings and in our public meetings, I asked the Groundwater Authority to be an active participant in developing the costs. They declined. We gave them the study before we released it formally. We asked them to give us their comments. If they saw anything that they thought was in error that could be corrected, they declined to comment. When we released the study, we again asked them if they would meet with us and sit down and refine the cost or tell us where they saw any errors or any assumptions that we made that were bad. They declined to talk to us. Months afterwards, I again heard comments that they didn't like our study or our costs, so we again invited them in. We have an open door to the city, to the Groundwater Authority, to come in anytime and to make suggestions, and we will seriously consider those suggestions and incorporate them. We got some basic feedback, like the assumption that the cost for construction would be put on the tax rolls. That came from the GA. They at least gave us that in a private meeting and said, well, that's the most likely scenario. So we sort of said, okay, when we project how much your water bill goes up, let's project it based on the cost of the construction going onto the tax rolls, and the cost of the operations and maintenance, and the cost to bring water in would go on essentially your water bill. So we feel like we have really done our best to be open with this process, to invite the GA in to criticize us, to make modifications based on whatever they brought in, and they have, it's really sad that they have not stepped forward to do so.
The other issue here is water quality, because it doesn't matter how much water you've got down there, but if a huge amount is not potable,
So the water
is
quality.
that going to be taken into consideration?
And there's a study on our website that talks about water and storage, and it identifies high-quality water and low-quality water. And there's a significant amount of high-quality water in the valley.
I don't know how you can be absolutely sure of that.
We just believe the science.
Yeah, we used the best science that was available, including modern sensing techniques.
Because a lot of people have told me that they can't drink the water the way it is right now.
Well, that is because of the chemicals that the state and the federal government require us to put in the drinking water. And if it's a well in an area with high brackish water content, then yes, you can't drink that.
I'll just make a personal comment. This is not on behalf of the water board. I'm here. I lived in Lompoc. Lompoc received water from the State Water Project, which is the same source of water that they intend to import in. And a personal anecdote, my wife would not drink the water in Lompoc. We drink the water out of the tap here all the time. So for those of you that say it's terrible, it can be a lot worse. I can guarantee you that. And, you know, the water they're proposing to bring in could be in that, it could be a lot worse category. I think we're really fortunate here. We have this beautiful mountain front recharge that kind of comes here and flows from the west to the east. And, you know, do we have to put chemicals in it by state law? Yes, we do. But I will tell you, this water is of tremendously much higher quality than water you might get elsewhere in the state.
Well, thank you very much.
Straight from a
Mr.
well owner. It's one
I'd
of
just
the
like
best
to
water.
Mike
add,
Neal's next.
the chemicals that we use, they're going up at an enormous rate. They're very expensive. We would not be using them unless it was absolutely necessary.
Oh, there we go.
I just want to say one thing. We talk about chemicals, you know, most of the time, the only thing you're getting in the water is chlorine. We have to chlorinate the water. We do the minimum
Put your email
necessary,
here.
right?
Is that-
Okay,
yep.
so we run arsenic treatment plants. Yes, there's other things that have to be put in there to remove the
I'll send you
arsenic,
some
but
information.
we don't use the arsenic treatment plants except in the high usage times during the summer. So all you're getting is chlorine. You're getting water out of the ground like any other well owner. Has to go through a lot of pipes, including the ones in your house that can impart taste and odors also. So I have also found that if you like put water in a pitcher, leave it out for a while, put it in your fridge, even the chlorine gases off very quickly within an hour or so. You can't smell it in your water. So
All right, Mike, you're up.
He was patient.
Yes.
I sat through a lot of long meetings over the years, so I'm used to that. Anyway, again, my name is Mike Neal. And I sent all of you an email today, and you know, I guess I should say better late than never. I probably should have tried to generate this a long time ago, but we're talking about rates, so here we go. I made some real best guess assumptions from numbers that I remember, such as the fact that we pump about 5,000 acre feet a year. Use that kind of as the baseline. We've had a number of conversations. Mr. Rotora has pitched a number of times to get a lower fixed rate fee in order to give people, and some of them have been here tonight. So I hope there will be some more so to get more lead in, but they want a lower rate. They don't want to pay as much for their service, especially if they don't use very much. So what I sent you was a chart that I calculated, and I calculated this to be the rate for the water that you would have to charge versus including the fixed fee amount that would give you the same amount of income. So total income, and this, like I said, this is based on pumping 5,000 acre feet. That might, and if you guys that want to use a spreadsheet, you can change the numbers, you can play around, you can look at it. This is just from one example, and you can tell from looking at the chart if you got a little, you know, your basic algebra background anyway. The fixed fee is I used on this particular chart, and this is, I could have clarified this more with the proposed rate on that chart is my proposed rate. The current rate is your proposed rate for starting March of this year. So, and in this particular one, I just picked, let's say, make it $20 lower. So there's a lot of people in the valley who go, hooray, I'm $20 less my fixed fee. That's $35 for the fixed fee. And you can see that in actuality, a lot of people up to the usage of 14 or 15 HCF per month will actually pay less. They pay less money, and the less you use, obviously, the less you pay. But the guys that don't, and there are some people, and in fact, some of those that spoke tonight, which I have a hard time believing that they're using that much water if they're a single person household. You know, a single person household should be using 2 HCF at most a month. And so they're down there being charged $40, $35, $40 instead of, 60, whatever plus. So they would appreciate that a lot, I believe. And that kind of a rate structure would give you the same total overall income. Obviously, it's kind of like the tier 2, people that go over 15 HCF, they're going to pay, but it's not, they're not paying very much more. At 20 HCF, you're talking about like $7 more for your total HCF use. So it's barely noticeable. Now, if you're a big water user, then you're going to notice it some more. But, you know, part of the approach here, obviously, with the determination of the tier 2 is to get the guys that are over 20 HCF to quit using so much. So you meet the allocation. So I hope this all falls within the general philosophy of what you want to do. Now, for what I understand, you can't change those particular numbers. Maybe you can change them tonight. I don't know. If you have to stick with what's been noticed, but you could do this sometime in the future, I'll probably continue to beat this bush some more because I really do think that the low water users and the guys that are on fixed incomes need to have that opportunity to pay a little less. And you know, if a guy's using a whole bunch of water, probably he's got some income, or he's not very smart about what he's doing, or he's got leaks, which, you know, maybe you guys should plug a little harder about, hey, you know, if you're a single person household and you're in tier 2, you need to come see us. And, you know, I think George sent a guy named John to my house last year, year before, because I was, you know, wondering about why I was using so much water. The guy he was great. He was willing to spend as much time as he needed. He was offered to go in my backyard and start, you know, poking his spike around in suspect places to see if he could find wet ground, you know, whatever it took to help me kind of figure that out. I figured out pretty much what the problem was. And I'm not having big issues with my water use. And I have enough income that I'm not worried about the fixed fee, but it does bother me that you hear from people that don't have, you know, one guy said he made less than $30,000 a year. Well, $20 a month, that's a lot. That's a big deal to him. And I think we need to provide that to those people. And just based on that, because I disagree with the fixed fee, I'm going to turn in my written protest.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to say that Stan and I discussed this issue at great length. And, you know, the lesson I believe that the Water District learned in the past was that if you have tremendous amounts of conservation that are possible, I think we were at 9,300 acre feet and we're now down to about 5,500. So when these first conservation events happened, it cost the district a tremendous amount of revenue and essentially bankrupted the district to the extent we had to lay people off and couldn't maintain the system, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's generally what happened. You never want to be in that position. However, once you've gotten conservation to the point where you feel like, you know, like we have seen this continual decline of, you know, this 2.5%, that's what it's averaged over the last 15 or 17 years since we had our high water use. We're not sure how much longer that will continue, but at some point there will be a leveling off where we say, okay, we've kind of reached the bottom of the trough in terms of conservation. And that probably won't happen until, you know, more people remove their grass and swamp coolers have been replaced. We think swamp coolers use in excess of 1,000 to 1,500 acre feet a year. So once we get to that trough, then this approach becomes much more manageable because we don't have that same risk of having this dramatic drop in water use. It's going to cost our revenue. So it's certainly something we've discussed, and we're trying to figure out when the right time to implement it. And it's probably in a future rate study, we will look more closely at that if we feel like the potential that our revenues could decrease significantly through some conservation effort, that risk to the district is no longer there.
Right. Okay. And I'm going to just take the opportunity to lever off the last conversation that you just had here. My opinion has been my opinion for a long time, almost from day one. The Groundwater Authority is a dire financial threat to the well-being of this valley and the citizens in this community. They're a big reason why if you hit tier 2, you're going to feel the pain because you got to pay that $5 plus whatever per HCF replenishment fee. And that's just for right now for that. If it ever were to go through, as has been said multiple times here, your water bill, at least at the very minimum, is going to double. it's probably going up to 3 times what it is. And if they hear people screaming and yelling now because you want to raise it, 3 to 5% or 20% over 5 years, whatever I forget, I didn't pay attention real close. Did you hear the screaming and then you're stuck. Once that thing's in, the knife's in your back. You're on the hook for the amortized cost of it. You're on the hook for the operations and maintenance cost of it, which is, they're saying 8 to 10 a year. So you could realistically say 16 million a year easily, especially several years down the line. And we're just almost there in figuring out how to solve this overall problem, even given that the Sigma thing is kind of a farce as far as I'm concerned, but you got to deal with it. Well, I think we can deal with it. We're out there and we don't need this GA. If anybody's retired, got the time, got the fortitude to put up with going down there and listening to some of the baloney you're going to hear at the meeting, you need to go down there and tell them they need to get out of this valley and disband and be done with those people.
All right, thank you. Is there Mr. Weiss? Yes? Yep, sorry, got to catch your voice.
So this groundwater authority, when did it start in this valley? Or do we know?
2016.
So was the groundwater authority already in San Bernardino County
No.
before that?
It was a law enacted by the state of California called Sigma.
Okay.
And so when that enacted, it created a groundwater authority in basins. And so,
Okay, so I live in San Bernardino County, and I can't remember when you guys brought water up there.
oh, that would have been in the 70s. It would have been in the 70s, right, Judy?
No,
Was it 82?
No.
In the 80s, yeah.
no, it had to be either 85 or 86.
Okay.
Before that.
Because we didn't have we had the old water system there, but
Okay.
to make a long story short, I've been paying on 2 water proposals that's been going on for the last 40 years out of San Bernardino County, and they attach it to my tax bill. And because I'm kind of do things my way, I go down and I argue with them. And they said, well, either you pay or we'll just take your land away from you. So I don't know if that has anything to do with these guys, but
It doesn't.
It does
That's
not.
something else.
crazy.
It is crazy.
Wasn't
yes.
that was Hillcrest water, wasn't it?
Are there any more,
Let's move on.
are there any more comments that pertinent to the rate study? Okay, anybody online? No?
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's go ahead and close item sub B and go to board comments on the cost of service study. I'm going to start with Director Boyd.
I think Mark has done an excellent job of capturing the reality. And unfortunately, sometimes facing reality is not an easy thing to face, but given all the things that have happened in the past, I'm inclined to, fully support. I think his last rate study was spot on. This one doesn't appear to me to have any big holes in it either. I don't like to see the prices going up, but we just had another issue just a few days ago, right? We don't know what that cost is going to be, and that's another hit that's coming. So hopefully we've got enough reserve prepared for that. So I'm inclined to, support the measure and move on. But I would like to say one thing, because we heard several times tonight about water quality. And I don't know about you guys, but the water in my house is great. I've got a small charcoal filter underneath my sink. But other than that, it's great water. So if we've got spots in the city or in the county or our district where the water quality is low, I'd like to spend some time later trying to figure out where those are and see if we've got some problems with our delivery system.
Okay, all right, thank you. Director Rotora.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments. The new rate study was motivated by the need for additional capital investment funds. I think the need for additional capital investment is clear. There's no question about that. We need it. We need to figure out how to get it. I totally support the effort of increased water district spending. That said, I do have two comments on that. First, every rate study should have affordability as a key objective. Water is an absolute necessity. It's not a luxury. This is especially true for the first 8 to 9 units per month used for health and safety. There were about 80 residential accounts locked out of water last August. Increasing the fixed fee by 55% over the next 5 years is going to make that situation worse. We can't, and that is assuming we accept all of those raises for all 5 years. You get 55% when you compound them. Secondly, my second concern is related to the decreased reserves shown in the rate study pro forma. Just 15 years ago, the water district almost went broke. We laid off 30% of our workforce. Some people believe that the cause of the layoffs was due to the public buying a reduced amount of water. The real reason in my mind for the financial crisis was the reserve back then. The real reason for the financial crisis was poor financial management of the district reserves. A $2 or $3 million reserve back then would have eliminated the layoffs. We need to do better now than we have done in the past. The Inyokern pipeline failure and the recent Brady pipeline failure should justify the use of emergency reserve for emergencies. Line 39 of the pro forma, which I think Mark showed in his study, line 39 shows the water district total reserve being $5.4 million in FY '28. That is not the emergency reserve, which is totally discretionary. That is the total reserve. We never know when we're going to have our next emergency. The emergency reserve should be saved for emergencies. And I'm concerned very much right now about where our reserve level is going. We cannot sustain our agency allowing our reserves to go down. In fact, again, the 5.4 is the total reserves, not necessarily the spendable reserves. I don't really know what the real spendable reserves are, but we need to be very careful about what we do with our reserves.
Okay. All right, thank you. Director Kozinski.
And I say it every time we're doing this, I don't like rate increases any better than anybody else does, but they're a fact of life. Look at every single one of your utility bills. Look at gas bill, look at your electric bill, look at your hookup for internet, be it Mediacom or whoever it may be. It's in the last 2 or 3 years, I've seen, those things go up 10, 15, 20 bucks a month each, maybe more. And it's just a fact of life. It's not that prices of insurance are going down or prices of fuel are going down, materials are not going down. So to ask us to say, where do you cut your expenses? Well, I believe we have to have a good sound water system. I believe that we have to be viable to be able to produce the water and deliver it to those people that want it. If we can't do that, then we're not doing our job. And you're right, Stan, I agree with you. There's people out there who struggle. And I wish I had the answer to that. But I don't know all their situations. And people keep talking about a fixed income. I'm on a fixed income. I'm retired now. So, and so is Mel. So yeah, we got to live with these rates increases as well. And again, those people that are seeing high water bills, some of them I have a hard time believing being in a trailer, they're in tier 2. So encouraging the use of WaterWise and looking at how your water is used by hours and a month and a day, you can spot an awful lot, maybe save yourself a lot of money. So I encourage that as well. But I've looked over the rate study. I do agree with Stan on one thing. I think our reserves, we need to get them back up there again. In my opinion, that we've come up with some things and they're, I won't say dangerously low, but they're in the yellow. They're in the yellow maybe, not the green where I would like to see them. And part of this rate increase is to get those back where they need to be. As far as the GA fee, we don't have a lot of control on that. That's set by the GA. I'll say this, that the adjudication that some people seem to think we're wasting our money on, the ultimate goal of that is that we see a reasonable pumping fee. We need to understand one thing. If adjudication is successful, then there's going to be a water master, and there'll be some money being collected on pumping to manage the water. But it's not going to be $2,200 or $2,100 per acre foot, but it will be something. So the goal is to lower that and get that off the back of the customers and get it as low as possible. So with that, I'll go along with Chuck has said also that every year when these fees are getting ready to institute, if Taiwas walk up to us and say, hey, that 10% one, we can live with an 8%, then we could make that decision at that meeting before the fee goes into place. And I think that's optimistic. You hardly ever see fees and things go in place and all of a sudden people say they're gone or not going away. I can hope that we can do something. We're always striving to do that. I'm proud of the people here at the district. They work so hard to keep these costs down and still have a quality system that we can have. You wouldn't believe, go watch and look at one of these repairs one time that they're working on, what they're doing out there, digging and working in that mud. And this district deserves a pat on the back. They aren't wasting money. They're not overpaid. And we have a good system, and I'll continue to support that. So with that, I do support this increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Griffin.
I think I've probably said enough already tonight. But, I hate to see rates go up. I mean, it affects everybody. It affects me, my kids, your kids, everybody in town. But I do not want to see this district get into a position where we cannot do the job that we need to do to provide water for this town. We mentioned the layoffs from 2012. We're still not back up to that level. To date, we have not replenished and stocked up. We're still shorthanded. I went out to watch our staff on, I guess, Friday when the leak happened, Thursday, whichever day it was, and we didn't have enough guys. I mean, everybody we had was there working, and they were trying to get a problem fixed, and it was all hands trying to fix a problem. And to not have everything we need in place, I never want to see that happen. I want to make sure that we can always provide the materials, we have the manpower, and our staff has what they need to get the job done. I brought up at our admin exec meeting, our tech guy has carpet in his room that he needs to get replaced, and we've been holding that off, and that's the kind of stuff that we need to get done. So because of the shock hazard with touching the electronics, and there's stuff that we have to do, and I don't want to see that impeded. I don't want to see the rates go up, but we have to, and I assure the public that if we are meeting our goals, I would vote no for an increase that year.
All right, thank you. So we talked about the reserves. We're overdue for a major earthquake on the San Andreas Fault. That's 90 miles away from us, the closest pass. So the shaking won't be as intense, but it will last a lot longer than the magnitude 7 earthquake did. We need to be prepared for incidents like that. We have a Garlock Fault just south of us where it hasn't had an earthquake in historic times, but it is an earthquake fault, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future with that. I like the idea of a public info campaign. So we have some people tonight who are living in mobile homes, single persons, and using tier 2 amounts of water. It would be nice to find a way to get word out to the public that if you're living in the following circumstances, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, this is the kind of bill you should be expecting. If you're paying more than that, please come in and talk with somebody at the water district and get that addressed, because we want to get that. If people have a leak, we want that fixed. We don't want them to have to continue to pay large amounts of money for a problem that could be resolved for less. And finally, when it comes to the rate increases, there are three examples in our area. The one up in Owens Valley, it's a small water district. There's also Randsburg about 4 years ago, and now the Inukai Community Services District are all experiencing crises. Randsburg's brought in a new manager and they've got themselves righted, but the Inukai Community Service District has a long road ahead of themselves to bring themselves back into reliable functionality. And there's a number of reasons for that, but one of them is they let their infrastructure deteriorate without improvements, and they never charge enough money to make those improvements. So I don't like raising rates. Everybody in this room is getting hit with inflation. Our talk about the insurance costs going up, it's painful, and I don't like rate increases, but we have to keep this water district running so there's reliable, safe water available to all of our customers. And that is my final comment. Let's close the hearing and go to item D.
I think we need to tally the protests.
Oh,
first.
please do. No, is that?
All right, so as of now, we've received 17 written protests. And I believe I heard 2 specific protests at the lectern.
Okay.
So 19, that does not meet the 50+1 threshold.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Free to vote on.
All right.
Okay, with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 109, which rescinds and rescind ordinance number 106 and ordinance 107 in its entirety, and providing for a reference document entitled Water Sales and Service Policy Manual based on the rate increase study.
I second that.
Okay. Very good. I'll call for the vote.
President St. Amand.
Yes.
Vice President Griffin.
Yes.
Director Boyd.
Yes.
Director Kaczynski.
Yes.
Director Rotora.
Yes.
All right. The resolution passes, the ordinance passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So,
And y'all don't need to leave now. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Some really good, interesting stuff coming up. We really appreciate you coming out.
Mr. President, perhaps a 5-minute
Five-minute
break
break.
would be in order.
all right, 5-minute bio break
Thank you.
or smoke break if you still smoke.
Before we ask
Vape
for the
break.
$1 million out of the reserves,
Oh, yeah. Mark, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You have a great night.
You have a good night too. Thank you.
I know he's waiting, the poor guy.
Very patient.
I'm not standing up. Relax. If this little thing comes close and you lean back, you'll get one day you're gonna see you go, the feet will be in the air.
It throws my back out when I'm not careful with these kinds of chairs.
Right over by my house, just north of the intersection.
We do go out kind of like there.
Oh, no, that's.
That's a different line.
That's a different line.
Same kind of pipe, though.
It was put. It's the same kind of pipeline. Oh, right. Not the transmission.
East, west, north, south.
Yeah, so Brady is a transition.
is the new name of the game.
You're not supposed to. I don't know how that happened.
No, the only.
It just seemed like we were kind of.
Supposed to go from source.
Phase 1 trial, moving forward. You would, the only thing I probably report on.
We don't put anybody out of water. They got it, Las Flores and Drum isolated.
That's why I did it. And the reason is because the district lost.
No, it worked.
It's not very nice.
It worked. Well, I got confronted at the CLA. She came in. And so it's just her and I. And it was a lot more heated than that.
Okay.
So bad.
But she's not, you know, biased, the GA's not.
I will try to give you my best signature.
Lauren, don't let him sign that. When you get a chance, you just shoot, I'll give you that, just shoot a copy for me. George wants my notes from just do a copy of it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that way, because he's gonna take a picture of it, look, one word. Thank you. I do it with like 40 copies and shoot out of the machine.
Just the two. All right, thank you so much.
One that had a top rating.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well, you know, this is what makes us different than the city council. Is when we interact, we try to interact where we can. And even though it takes a little bit longer. Oh, God, they'll cut you off the knees or head.
We get him within his 3 minutes, they cut you off.
The city was. Don, you need a cookie. I'll let anybody go till we finish those.
Oh, my God.
I don't need one.
What's the district?
Nah. Now look at me at 70. About 50, maybe 55, it just starts.
I'm still gonna put on another 15 pounds to hit my goal.
Just get your goal. I'll give you my 15 pounds and then I'll.
My wife's offering the same deal.
Oh.
You could go on the Sangamon diet and that put 15 pounds on you in a week.
You'd be surprised what I could eat.
I'll bet.
Much like you. No more.
I'll bet.
Sarah, everyone said, wait till 30.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been to one of these before. This was pretty painless.
This is, I think, my third one. Thank you. There's a copy of my scribble.
Oh, thank you.
So it sort of tells you where things are,
Okay.
where you want to go and things.
Okay. There you go.
It's just my third rodeo.
There you go.
This is second, third rodeo.
Wasn't that bad.
No.
And we did our homework. We spent a lot of time working with Stan too, and his feedback's good. I mean, hopefully in the future we can do something to. Does. We're about to ask you for $1 million out of there.
Why, too bad we couldn't just go to the state and say, all those lines broke.
Yeah. You only wish.
I knew it. I knew you'd be getting one of those. Yeah. They go real good with.
I got him the Ritz one this time. That's a fancy one.
Glass of bourbon. I don't know what it is about Ritz crackers and bourbon.
Oh, is that good?
Oh, man. It's like having a chocolate.
Yeah.
Sharon's watching. She really does good comments, because what'll happen, she'll see it on
Facebook.
Facebook and she'll start. And she said, like, there's someone who says. We had an earthquake today at Little Lake. Yeah, did you feel that? We had an earthquake. Like Amsterdam and North San Bernardino.
Maybe it broke the dam and all the water's coming our way and we're seeing.
What happened? There was a small earthquake at Little Lake and one at San Bernardino this afternoon. She didn't give me the magnitudes.
How big?
It says, someone said, the audio is still live during your break. I could hear you saying everything. It is live because Jason didn't turn it off. Which mic is on? I can hear you in San Ramon diet. If you're George and you're on, why don't you ask for a million?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get back to beeswax. Item 11, current business committee reports. Item A, consent calendar. Approval of the board meeting minutes and accounts payable disbursements.
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any public comment on those items? Any board comment on those items? Call for the vote, please. All right, very good.
Vote received, vote received. There we go.
And the item passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 11B, Krieger and Stewart work order, preliminary engineering analysis.
This is where we put in the, what is it?
Emergency.
I need those, yeah. So as we've discussed at length now about the break on Brady. So assessing the damage to the pipe, it appears to be a similar failure of a corrosion in the steel underneath the concrete. Looking at what we need to do, the plan is to dig back and try to weld on flanges and make that repair. If that cannot be done, our plan is to go from valve to valve, Drummond to Ridgecrest Boulevard. It's a mile of pipe, and replace it with brand new 24-inch PVC. So I'm requesting from the board authorization to purchase the pipe, not to exceed $500,000 out of the COP funds.
Now, would that be enough to cover the asphalt pave back and everything else?
The pipe is currently off the shoulder, so I'm hoping that we won't
You
touch
think
the
it's enough,
asphalt.
far enough out?
Yeah, it's probably a foot off the pavement, but no, it wouldn't be if that's the case.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying is we want the pipe on hand in case that becomes a contingency, and we'll probably would have
Yeah,
to
worst
request
case-
more. We would have to get under the street as well, and there's some other things we'd have to do.
Worst case scenario is we go underneath or dig through lost floors, but if you don't have to use that pipe, it'll be put into replacing the pipe in the future. So it's not going to go to waste, but I would like to have it on hand just to try to get that pipeline up as quickly as possible.
It's currently a 24-inch line?
It's currently a 30-inch line,
30
just like
and
yeah,
you're-
Unicorn used to be.
Okay. And you're saying we could replace it with a 24-inch?
Yes.
It's still,
Which is exactly what we did in Northwest Transmission Line.
So my understanding, this will come out of the emergency funding, is that correct, Ty? It would come out of the emergency fund, or how would that?
No, it would come out of the bond proceeds that was currently scheduled for Springer.
And so we'll just have to postpone Springer then?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one on Brady has now taken precedent over the one on Springer. So
At this time, we'll try to schedule it back in. There may be just one project pushed back to the project back. And
so how are we going to tie the Redemacher project into Springer?
if we can get this line up,
Yeah,
we can still do the Rodemacher tie-in because I'll have
a
the,
T in there or something like that?
Yeah,
you're
we'll drop
planning
a
to
T
do?
in.
Okay, all right.
Okay, now, those were grant funds, right?
no, the grant funds were used on the Northwest Transmission Line. This is the bond funds that we.
Oh, okay.
did last
Okay,
year.
so there's no problem with getting permission to transfer the money from
Yeah, it was
one
for,
project to another?
yep.
Okay.
It has to be used for capital projects.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask a stupid question, but if, in my mind, if we have to replace that pipeline, which I anticipate we will have to replace from Inyokern Road to Ridgecrest Boulevard at some point.
we will go from Inyokern Road to the Bowman tanks.
To the Bowman
To
tank,
the
yeah.
Bowman tank, so even further. What would be the feasibility about building a dogleg in that new pipe that we're gonna install to where we got enough separation because we have a large enough easement that if we're gonna install a mile of pipe, we could put a mile of pipe 10 foot to the east of that current pipeline to where we're not replacing that whole section. It saves a mile of pipe down the road.
Yeah, we're looking at options. I mean,
Oh,
this,
okay.
right, what we're voting on now is just that mile stretch to get that replaced if need be. But we're looking at, there's already a cross on Inyokern Road that we may be able to replace and run up the west side of Brady. or possibly Primavera or another avenue in. So we are looking at options.
Okay.
But this vote right now is just to get that mile fixed.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion if you're ready
wait,
for that.
Can I give public comment and then go ahead, Stan?
How long of a pipeline are we, I mean, how much pipe are we buying?
1 mile,
1 mile?
1 mile.
And do we know what it's gonna cost? About?
$470,000. Just the pipe itself is $470,000.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, any
Quick
public
question.
comment?
Quick question.
Oh, yes,
So given the track record of this 30-inch concrete pipeline, will this be the last piece of it? Or is there still some out there?
There's a lot out there. There's this line that runs.
Your mic's out.
There's a line that runs in, thank you, that runs in on Bowman from the Southwest Well Field. It's the same, 10 years newer, but the same style of pipe.
Yeah, I'll make this comment that I think what we're setting ourselves up for is a long-term
Replace it all?
replace all of the CMLC, which is the concrete line. It's got
Cement mortar lining.
line, and it's got a layer of metal, then a layer of mortar on the inside. Whether that was from the earthquake that cracked it and caused these various spots to rust out and break out, we've seen the same pattern. So we believe that it's prudent to begin just sort of systematically replacing it. We'll be meeting tomorrow to talk about and seeing with that. Overall, this is the first step in that process.
And we're doing the older stuff first, I presume.
Yeah, everything's sort of open discussion. What fails first, what's oldest first, you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the stretch from Inyakern Road to the Bowman tanks are 3 miles.
Okay.
Is any public comment?
Yeah, Mike Neal. So you got my engineering mind going. What is the mechanism of failure? Is this a little crack that just slowly opens up and then gets to a, big failure point, or?
What we saw on Inyakern Road was a longitudinal crack on the top of the pipe that allowed moisture or whatever to get in there and cause the corrosion of the steel. I don't know. I mean, I saw some of the metal and I could see the corrosion. I don't know if there was a crack because it was sent into someone's yard, but because it was flowing about 20,000 gallons a minute coming out of that hole. So a lot of the cement is gone. So I don't know what caused it, but 2 years ago when we had the break on Inyakern Road, we went about every 500 feet and tried to take samples of the steel, crack open the concrete, take samples and then mortar it back. We didn't see it, but it's every 500 feet, you don't get everything. So
it's still an unknown.
it is. But
Failure
we want to get this mile replaced and then if it breaks, we'll do it again. Hopefully we'll make it through the summer and then we can assess replacing.
I'm sure we'll talk about inspection techniques that are out there too for assessing.
That
the-
was my next
steel,
question.
yeah.
Was some kind of submersible,
There is.
drone cameras? I mean,
It's not cheap, but yeah.
well,
We can
it may
do
be
that,
a
but
lot cheaper than waiting for a massive failure. to occur.
unfortunately, everything we've seen has been from the outside in. So even sending a camera or something through it, we haven't seen anything.
So what have we seen?
All the interior motor is in pristine shape.
Jason, what have we seen from the several miles of pipe that we removed over on Inyakern Road? Because that we did get to inspect sort of as it came out. I think we
Right,
saw
and
just
like-
repeated small failures in different places. Is that correct?
There is cracks running along the top of the pipe that caused the moisture to get to the metal and it failed. But like I said, it's from the outside in. When we had our inspector crawl through a section of the pipe out there, the inside looked great.
Yeah, and that's an indication that it's the same type of pipe, similar vintage age.
Same exact age.
Same exact age, same exact type of pipe. We saw, so our best gauge is what we looked at in the pipe we just removed along Inyakern Road. And what we saw was sort of systemic small failures in numerous places along the pipe. We have to presume that may be prevalent in significant portions of the pipe that is left of that type in our system.
If you want an interesting field trip, you can go off of Last Chance Canyon Road near the Caltrans up east of or west of Inyakern, that road that runs all the way down to Last Chance Canyon.
Right.
Take that road about 2 miles. Off to the left, you'll see the pile. You can go scurry through and take a look at this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, last question. Has there been any investigation done to, I mean, obviously, this kind of pipe is used lots of places around the country, probably similar failures or whatever. The guys that specialize in methods of inspecting these things to say, oh, this is going bad. There's a lot of different ways to, you can ultrasound things.
Right.
You can do infrared temperature measurements, whatever. I mean, obviously you're not going to go through the dirt outside, but going inside, I mean, if you looked at that.
And we looked at, in fact, the pipe on Union Road after the first break was inspected by a company who gave us a report saying that they believed that the rest of the pipe was in good shape right before it broke.
Oh, right.
And we did get a quote from a company that would have to build a machine to kind of do a scan of the metal thickness, running it along the pipe, which was, I believe, $800,000 to build that machine. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's always a
They go
trade-off.
inside the pipe though.
Yeah, they run along the.
Yeah, and it does give you a scan of the thickness of the steel. So we might be revisiting that.
Yeah, it might be worth it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. Do I have a motion to grant the emergency?
Can I get a
funds?
motion from Mr. Chuck?
We have
here?
one?
I have a motion.
All right, go ahead.
I'll second.
Motions from Vice President Griffin and a second by Director Kaczynski. Call for the vote, please.
President St. Amand.
Yes.
Vice President Griffin.
Yes.
Director Boyd.
Yes.
Director Kaczynski.
Yes.
Director Rotora.
Yes.
Okay. Krieger and Stewart.
Is he going to join us or?
This is a voice check. Can you all hear me?
Affirmative.
Gotcha.
Okay. Shall I take it away?
Please do.
Okay. Excuse me. Point of discussion tonight is regarding a proposal that we sent in for a preliminary analysis of a recycled water treatment, conveyance, and replenishment project, which is essentially a detailed study of the components and costs for the district to construct advanced treatment facilities, conveyance facilities, and replenishment facilities. When I say replenishment, I mean either percolation basins, dry well percolation facilities, or deep well injection facilities. Related to taking the effluent from the city's current secondary treatment facilities, putting tertiary treatment on the tail end of the secondary treatment facilities, and then advanced treatment as necessary for the replenishment activities or replenishment options to get water back in the groundwater. So the intent is to provide the district costs for construction and operation and project implementation for such a program, so that those costs could then be analyzed by Clean Energy Capital in a manner similar to that was what was performed for the imported water pipeline, to give essentially an apples to apples comparison of what it would take to utilize the effluent from the city's secondary treatment facilities to augment and replenish groundwater with that secondary effluent. So you'll see in the Exhibit A that we've prepared is that includes coordination with the folks and the stakeholders in the valley. Make sure everybody's best information is secured and considered in how we move forward. We want to characterize the treatment effluent from the city's plant right now and do a water quality analysis to determine specific components, or excuse me, I should say constituents, that can influence or inform the type of treatment that's going to have to be imposed. Excuse me, I missed a section and talked about, coordinating, making sure we're talking with the regulatory agencies to understand what we're going to need to utilize that water, what quality we're going to have before we can use it as a replenishment, and then do the effluent analysis to determine what it's going to take to achieve those regulatory requirements. We have a subconsultant, Separation Processes Incorporated, who's design engineering consultancy who specializes in this type of treatment process. And they will be doing the analysis, identification of the treatment methods, and costs for such treatment, including chemical costs, energy costs, costs related to brine disposal, which is a big part of this type of facility. I think we've discussed that significantly before, but we're going to identify, specific estimates for that kind of disposal of the brines. And then Krieger and Stewart will come in and backfill the information provided by the treatment engineer. And we'll talk about, what it's going to take to pump the water from the source to the site of treatment, facilities to convey it, namely pipelines, probably not cement, mortar, lined, and coated welded steel.
No.
35.
Right-of-way acquisition, CEQA analysis, other soft costs associated with those types of facilities, and do a detailed preliminary analysis of all these costs combined for the district's consideration, as I said at the beginning. I know I'm rushing through this, folks, but I know that you've had a lot of information presented to you tonight. We will work with consultant Tim Parker to identify possible places for replenishment. And so what we're trying to do is provide a range of likely costs, whether or not it's in a location where the district currently has property assets, such as the Watkins property, which is the former Balloon Festival property. Maybe something a little bit farther west, so that we can get an idea of the kind of ranges that we're talking about for this type of project. It's not going to be, hey, we're going to put it here. Definitely, this is what it's going to cost. But it will give the district an idea of generally what a project of this nature would cost to build and to operate. And we'll provide workshops along the way for each of these kind of components. With the treatment cost component, probably have a workshop after that's developed, and then we can talk about in the subsequent workshop the conveyance facilities and the replenishment facilities, and then that'll all be bundled together to give an aggregate summary. Again, for use, I think we all envision an analysis by CEC, similar to that done for the imported water project. So that's essentially what this work product will be. Any questions that y'all have?
Yeah, this is Chuck. This is Ron Kosinski. You've actually done this exercise somewhat, I believe, in 2018 or 19, when we had a workshop actually up at City Hall, when you had a plan laid out for wastewater treatment. What's going to make this particular project different now, besides the fact that it's 6 or 7 years later and costs have gone up? What's going to make what you're doing now different than that?
Back then, Ron, a particular difference is that we used a published study to kind of give a broad estimate of what the treatment costs would be, the components, the annual costs. This effort would include a preliminary design, a detailed analysis of the effluent from the city, what types of treatment would be available, and the equipment that would be required for that treatment. So it's a much, much more detailed analysis of the engineering related to the treatment component. I think that's a huge difference and improvement from the paper analysis that we did back then.
I believe the board at that time was convinced that we talked about a purple pipe system with and then as well as a treat and inject system. And I believe that you sort of laid out the groundwork saying that regardless if you had a purple pipe system in, when people stopped using that water, we still had to do something with it all. So, rather than try to do, because that was one option. I know that was being discussed at the GA was purple pipe for irrigation. And without the understanding that when people stop irrigating, you still need to do something with the effluent.
That's correct. It's the idea that you could have a reuse system with purple pipes irrigate the various parks, the college, and other green belt uses. But in the wintertime, those demands are virtually zero, and the water is still coming. And so you would have to have a system that could accommodate that unused water to enjoy reuse at some level. So in the summertime, when the demands are high, you would have a system that would deliver treated effluent to Jackson Park, I think, and as I said, other green belt uses. But when those are zero, you then have to have a replenishment system would have to take the entire amount of water in the winter. And so you'd have these two equally expensive systems that would take 100% of the treated effluent. And I think that it's obvious that if you're going to have to build both to have 100%, build one that would take it all year long and avoid the cost. Pardon me. Thank you.
Vice President Griffin.
I just kind of have a comment, Chuck. I appreciate your work on this, and I'm really looking forward to a recycled water project. How long are you thinking this would take to do a study? Is this something that you wanted to approve tonight? I'm not really comfortable approving it tonight. I would like to see an agreement with the city, letting us know that, yes, you guys can have access to the recycled water. So we have a commitment that we're going to work together to come up with a plan to put the water that's not being used to use, to make sure we can treat it, inject it, and let it naturally recharge our basin. I don't want to see a purple water project. I don't think that would be beneficial. It would be very expensive. We see what it costs to run 1 mile of pipeline. Imagine running that all over town to parks, and it would be outrageous. So I am all for injecting it somewhere in the basin, letting it percolate, filter itself a little bit more, and then go down. But I would not want to vote on it tonight, but I do want to see this project go through 100%, and I anticipate Chuck's numbers, because I believe we're going to see it's going to be a lot less than a pipeline project.
I believe this is just a description of the work order and that this is all contingent upon reaching an agreement with the city. General Manager Kroll.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize that the GA did a study, and their initial study on recycled water came up with an estimate of $900 under one scenario. I think that was percolation, $2,000 in another one, $3,000. Then they came up with an estimate that said it was $5,000 or $6,000, and now they're up to $6,000 or $7,000. So like, there's this rather incredible range of costs that the GA has come up with. And one of the things we want to do is the right time to do this project is maybe not at this meeting to start, but the right time to do it is now. The money that we have invested in studying the basin, the SkyTem data, the significant analysis we did that is helping us in the adjudication that we've released to the public on our website elsewhere, gives us this huge leap forward in understanding how we understand the basin, where water can be put in, and we're looking to leverage that science to find essentially an alternative to this pipeline project if it's even needed. So we're going to go through the adjudication. We're going to figure out what the safe yield is. If there is a project that's needed, this is a really good candidate if it's economically feasible. And we need to have a range that's not 900 to 7,000. We need a range that's reasonable, that is done by the right kinds of engineers who really understand this. I know that Krieger and Stewart has looked at the reports that have been done previously. They have some, I believe, some cost-saving improvements that they think they can be implemented. And I think, I'd like to hope that we end up in a very sort of normal, cost-effective type of project. We went and looked at one down in the San Diego area that they're implementing right now, and it seems to be in the cost range that we would like to see at some point in time, but only if it's needed. And so I don't know if right now is the right time to authorize this study, but based on what the board directed me to do, I went to the city council. I asked the city council to put the item on the agenda so that we can ask the city to have the rights to the water coming out of the wastewater treatment plant so that we can proceed. And I guess yesterday, just this morning, I met with Ron Strand from the city, and he said that we will likely be on their agenda fairly quickly, and we can give this presentation to them, and the city will let us know if we can move forward with confidence that the city will work with us to give us the rights to the water we need to make a project like this happen.
All right, thank you. Director Rotora.
Thank you. I've been enthusiastic about recycled water for years, and I'm really glad that we're starting to maybe move forward on this. Although I do agree with Director Griffin, we need to have some understanding with the city before we start committing this level of funding. And with a little luck, we can get that in short order. It's time to move forward, in my mind. I did want to mention to Chuck that at one point in time, I believe that the city did a study relative to a new wastewater treatment plant in terms of characterizing the water quality and the treatment that had to go into that for even secondary treated water. So you might want to try to get a hold of some of their studies. They've been working on it for like 13 years. I think they probably, if they have, I don't know, I think I heard rumors about a 90% design. So I would hope that they would have done something in terms of that characterization. So that might be helpful.
Will do. Thank you, Director.
All right, Director Boyd.
I agree with everything I've just heard. I think we need to be a little bit careful, though. Recent years have not built a lot of trust betwixt all of us that are interested in water in the valley. I think we need a beyond handshake guarantee from the city.
Okay.
We need a guarantee, and whether it's a contract or something, I mean, it's irrevocable. But we also need to make sure that we're covered in case it turns out the project is too expensive. and we have to walk away with it, or walk away from it. So we need a clause in there that allows us to say, well, you guys are right, $6,000 or 6,000 an acre foot, right, or whatever it is. We may decide that this is not feasible. We don't want to be stuck with a guaranteed contract that says you signed up to take care of this.
Right. Yeah, Director.
Yes, I agree with Director Boyd that I want something concrete. And I've said this, and I've also said it to city council members, and George knows it as well, is that a contract can be written to cover any contingency. Jim knows that. And I would recognize this thing as, that we're giving you this water for this particular use at any time the study proves that it's not economical to do, which a study could do, and that we don't want to do it, then you're right. Then we're relieved of that, and they can dump it on whatever they do with it on their alfalfa fields. And keep in mind that the state requires that wastewater be used for a purpose now that serves the public. So that needs to be looked at. And one thing I want to say here, I might be being a bit facetious, but gosh darn, look at this. We're actually looking at the total cost of operations and cost of a program and everything else before we decide to do it.
What a novel approach.
I think it's a novel approach, and I really appreciate it. So I'm not sure, and I also agree that we need to have that commitment in hand before we move forward with this study.
Committing money.
Yeah, exactly.
Concur.
Okay. Any other directors' comments? Anybody in the public care to make a short comment?
Like, I'll get the hint. Okay, this is an additional idea as to the use of the quote unquote recycled water. Now, I'm gonna assume that the basin study is going to hold up, that we're going to, operate under the conditions that we got over 13,000 acre feet recharge per year, which means in that case, water district may not actually need recycled water for its supply. However, it's kind of hard, after all this and all these years, it's kind of hard to say, no, we're just going to dump some water in the ground, let it evaporate. At all, but Searles Valley also was a player in this whole deal, and I could be wrong. So I've been informed that they don't have to have good drinkable well water kind of quality water. They could do with something that's not that good.
You mean specifically for plant processes, not for human consumption?
Like whatever the pipeline that goes out to Searles Valley from here, they could use something lesser quality than that. And while we're doing this, it would seem like, a sub-step along the way would be, we don't make it, real super clean. We make it good enough so that Searles Valley could use it and just say, here's what it would cost if you do that much, just so you got it in your coffers as you move forward. If you don't, then you probably have to backstep, and pay more money and say, well, if we wanted to do that, then, we'd change our approach. And so you probably could get, Chuck could say, maybe he can just say, can you do that and not really even cost much anymore, or maybe just a little bit more? If you know what I'm saying, Chuck?
I understand.
Okay.
It still requires some level of treatment. They have chillers there at the plant that require high quality water. There may be some opportunities out on the lake bed where they're injecting water into the ground and extracting the chemicals that might be able to use that water.
It would require additional pipeline. I mean, the pipeline that feeds.
Is it?
It feeds the town as well, yeah.
So they have to build a 30-mile pipeline.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
gonna make.
So they currently have two. The problem is if you dedicate one strictly to the wastewater, you can no longer use it for drinking water.
Right,
And then
then
if the
there's
other
no
pipeline
backup.
breaks, now the people in Trona
Then
don't
they're-
have
yep,
any water.
Yep, I get it.
And those things are all interconnected, those
Right.
two pipelines.
All right.
Right, thanks, Mike.
So what are we looking to accomplish here? Just, we're basically going to hold off on, Chuck, do we have a proposed or price on this?
We do, I think, based on what the board has said, I think we'll hold off on that until we hear back from the city before we press forward and ask the board. We were hopeful that we would have gotten a better response from the city last time I was there, and they would have went, yes, we're going to move forward and do it, but that's not what we got. So we will continue to press the city to enable this project to proceed, given the fact that the GA has given up on this project, said it's too expensive, and asked if we wanted it, and we've accepted.
Thank you. Any directors disagree with Director Kaczynski on that? All right. Well,
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you,
appreciate
Chuck.
it, Chuck.
Thank you all.
Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
11C, Plant and Equipment Committee.
Guess I should wake up. Okay. So we got, let's see, your first item is award a contract for trench paving replacement. We received one bid for the project, as we normally do, from Eric on Stock Construction. This is based on 250 tons of asphalt for $187,730. They did not change their price, their per ton price for asphalt since their last bid in 2022.
Oh.
They did have a slight increase in their demob charge, but other than that, it's basically the same.
Okay.
So we do recommend awarding the contract again to On Stock Construction.
And this is budgeted,
Yes, sir.
so it's budgeted, and the committee recommended approval as well.
Yeah, and we were impressed that they were inflation-proof. So
Yeah, I know, yeah.
doing good.
I don't know how they did it, but they did it, yeah.
Any questions from the board? All right. Questions from the public? All right.
Mike can't get up.
Can I have a motion to award the contract? Yeah? Oh,
What do we have?
oh, hello.
Oh,
Renee, sorry, I didn't
Back
see you
home.
there. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this actually goes back to the wastewater treatment water. Does the board have some perceived uses for this water other than injection?
The study will look at a couple of different options, including treated water replenishing the groundwater directly.
But not direct.
The state has restrictions on what you can use it for, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
It's not, I hate to say it, toilet to tap. It is not.
That's direct potable reuse.
Yeah, it's what's it called, direct potable use, potable use, yeah.
Yeah, we're not
We're
talking,
not talking about that. No, absolutely not.
Okay, just wanted the clarification. Thank you.
thank you. All right, so let's go ahead then and call for a resolution. Someone make a resolution, please.
I make a motion.
Motion, thank you.
That we approve the trench pavement replacement award.
I'll second that.
All right, very good. Call for the vote. All right, very good. The motion passes, 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Item C2, Master Service Agreement, Wells Boosters.
All right, so this is also something we've done before. It's been 3 years. This is basically a proposal that we get from well contractors. So we had 2 same companies we've been working with, 2 contractors respond to the proposal, and that's Lane Christensen and Best Drilling and Pump. And we request their hourly rates for labor, regular emergency labor and equipment, and references and all that kind of stuff. So they submit, packets like this of information about their services and things. So, so based on the rates, and this is the way it came out the last time too, we recommend going with Lane Christensen as the primary. We sign a contract with both, and Best Drilling and Pump would be secondary. So if we had work that needed to be done right away, and we contact Lane and they can't get to it in the time that we need it done, then we contact Best. And this way we know what their quotes to us for doing work are based on the rates that are in these proposals.
Okay, and what was the amount they quoted?
Oh, you have to look at the rate sheets. There's
Very
rate
good.
sheets.
All
for-
right,
Yeah.
depending on the work, all right.
Yes, it depends on the work.
Director,
So-
questions?
The committee recommends approval of this contract.
Any questions? No? Public? All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, let's call for the vote, please. The motion passes unanimously. All right, C3, award of contract GHD for Dune 3.
Yes, this is related to Dune 3. GHD is an engineering consulting firm. They've been handling the Dune 3 mutual water company consolidation, getting paid directly by the state. They've been doing the application work, the design. And so this would be an agreement, even though they are going to get paid via the grant, the agreement is still, because the project is going to belong to the district, it would be between the district and GHD. And it's going to be for project management, grant management, construction inspection, bidding, administration, compaction testing, even as from a third party is included in there. And it's projected to take a total of 8 months with 6 months of field work. And their cost, their proposal is $746,664.
And that's paid for with grant money.
Yes, and they are even doing all the grant management and submitting invoices and all that.
Okay. Any questions from the directors?
The construction cost expected to be 4.2 million, and I believe you, Renee said that 746 is part of that, 4.2 million, or is it?
I would have to go back and look, I'm not sure.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether, but it's all being covered by the grant from the
I would
state.
assume that's in there, yes.
And of course, the worry from the committee was, since the contract is between us and this contractor, you know, if the state was to say, by the way, we're out of money, where do we, that was my biggest concern at the time. And I forget your answer to that, Renee, that the money's already reserved, correct? Is that the point?
They do have the money already put aside for these projects.
that's the main
Because
thing.
we've already signed contracts with the
Okay.
state.
And with that, again, the committee recommended approval of this.
Yeah, additional clarification, the 4.2 million estimate and the estimate of the managerial responsibilities were both prepared by GHD.
Yes.
In applying for this grant.
Okay.
Yes, so they would definitely include their costs in there.
Director Rotora?
Is this the contract that our legal has already gone through and verified, approved, and endorsed?
It's a good contract. They're paying for it. They're doing everything.
Yeah, we had red lines that
Yeah,
we presented to them and they made those changes with no
Yeah.
problem and.
No problem. It's a good contract in my opinion.
Thank you.
Vice President?
Renee,
Hoffman.
I just have one question. Does this include the connection cost for the homeowners on that also?
It is included in this grant.
Okay.
Yes. This one and the hometown both include those connections.
Okay, thank you.
So you're looking for a motion to accept?
I move that.
Contract?
Do we have a motion? Who made,
No, I'm asking, do we have a motion to sign the contract?
I'm getting ready to make the motion.
All right.
I didn't know we had a motion yet, Jim. If we do, yeah. Okay, I make a motion to approve the GHD contract for Dune 3 project construction and grant management.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any, there we go.
Right.
Motion passes unanimously. All right. 11D, Administrative Executive Committee. Item 1, Senate Bill SB 1100, the driver's license discrimination issue.
Okay, so I will report on this. Effective January 1st, 2025, FEHA included provisions that prohibit employers from requiring job applicants and existing employees to possess a driver's license when the job does not require them to drive. This includes removing driver's license requirements in job postings, applications, and job descriptions. Management reviewed their department's job descriptions and determined if each position would reasonably be expected to drive. So in the packet, we did include the revised job description. So we're just asking for approval of those revisions.
Directors,
Did you guys discuss this at the,
we did.
and what did you?
We recommend that we accept the changes, the revisions.
Okay, the only question I have is that, what kind of ID you're going to require when they do the I-9? I know you can use a passport and they can use,
Right, so
Yeah.
they have a long list of stuff.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can have just a state ID, they can have a
State-
driver's license, they
right.
can have, I think, social security is on there, or a birth certificate. There are numerous different,
yeah, I think a birth certificate, but most of them have a picture on them as well. But I just know that they'll still have to produce something to identify
absolutely.
themselves. Okay.
We did have one comment, and I want to make sure that we get that brought up. Our policy does have something in place that any employee driving a water district vehicle must have a driver's license, correct? So that way we didn't have somebody that we hired that didn't have a license get in and then
correct.
put us at risk.
And staff is still working on a updated driver's policy to include these revisions as well.
Okay.
So it will be presented at a future board meeting.
Does the state allow us to keep a list of people who don't have driver's licenses?
Probably not. If I know the state.
So
But
just take a
don't,
risk.
yeah, but they're working, and since you guys are in the committee, driver's license, obviously people that may be using the company vehicle to do something, and because I know that management staff will sometimes go to meetings or conferences and things like that, and that needs to be taken into account, but I'm sure that the policy we've written that way, okay.
That was discussed.
All right.
Stan? No? All right.
Better public?
Any public comment? All right, very good. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised job description as presented with accordance with SB 1100.
I'll second.
Vote, please.
Our state's wonderful.
Another state mandate, yeah.
Passes, the motion passes unanimously. D2, additional district temp MRC position.
Jason, you want to take this one?
Yeah, so 2 years ago, if you remember, the board approved a temporary position to the MRCs to allow for us to take on the locates that were coming in due to the fiber optics that were being installed. Engineering did not bulk up their staff at all, so they still can't handle the amount of locates that are coming in. So we're asking for another temp to, we'll take seasoned MRC, use them for locates, and use the temporary person in the labor field. So, and this will be effective July 1st.
And the recommendation from the admin exec committee was to accept the new position.
Budgeted?
Just have a quick question for Jason. Did you say July 1st?
I asked a question.
This is to add it in next year's budget.
Add it next year's budget, okay.
So you don't need them quicker than that for working on this
Oh,
new pipeline?
we need them now. We just don't have the money for them, so. We would like to have them, but
Later's better than never.
yeah.
Okay.
So what would it take in order to have somebody now? Because if we're going to start this pipeline, you're going to be shorthanded.
Yes.
Basically, you'd be eating into your reserves more.
So, but we're not talking a lot of money for reserves for a temp employee for 3 months.
No, but we're that's
months.
true, but we're already budgeted to be over $1 million upside down at the end of this year.
And the fiscal 25, 26 starts in July.
July 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is within the board's discretion to direct us to spend funds to hire someone now, but I don't, it's within your discretion to say you need to spend money and hire this person now. I mean, that's within the board's discretion. Is that correct, Jim? Correct. So staff's recommendation is to wait, but if you guys feel differently and you feel like we should move more quickly, you certainly have the authority to let us know.
Do what?
The digging that we're going to have to do with this pipeline is going to be safe if we don't have this guy.
Well, I just, yeah, I don't think they're going to have enough people to do the job. If they have a 4-man crew, and they're putting in 24-inch pipe, I understand. And then they got locates to do, and they got people there and other people in town trying to work. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve one to start as soon as they need to hire somebody.
But did we
Okay,
have an
just-
estimate on that cost? I agree with you, but did we have an estimate of what that cost?
And
would
also,
be?
how long could they hold, what's the longest you could hold off? You want them tomorrow? You want them next month? You want them?
Oh, we have to go through the process of finding somebody, interviewing them, doing the background checks, all that kind of stuff.
It
But,
could easily be a month.
You'd hire through a temp service.
right.
Yeah.
Dan?
What's the definition of a temp hire? Temp position?
It's a finite term.
They-
We bring them on for a finite amount of time. It's not a permanent position that is ongoing.
There's no real long-term liability.
Right, so they're notified when they're hired that their term will be up in a specified amount of time, and there's no guarantee after that. So
Okay, well, that's what I was thinking, but I wanted to verify that was true.
Yeah.
But they're hired not by the water district, correct?
Right,
They would be hired by SAS or
yeah, they're an employee of the temp company.
whoever
Yeah.
the temp service is.
Prove them.
No, oh, you're going to
If-
actually
if-
hire.
We could go
Directly.
through SAS, and if they prove themselves, a valuable employee, we can make them a district temporary.
That's a big difference. George says you're hiring them. You're saying they're going to be a temp until you determine you want to hire them.
We already
Okay.
have somebody who's on staff who's doing well, so we will,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, that's what you typically do. You'll run them through as an employee of SAS or Continental, whoever, until they prove themselves or they don't, and then they're just released. But if they prove themselves, you may hire them. Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion to authorize you to hire somebody immediately. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from either George or Ty regarding what the fiscal impact is.
Ty, it would be,
It'd be nice to hire somebody immediately. I totally agree.
Yep.
so Ty, what do you think? In 6 months till the beginning of the next fiscal year, it's going to be $45,000-ish, $40,000, something like that?
Yeah.
It's going to be somewhere in that range, 40 to 50 probably,
Okay.
with benefits and all that.
Anyone else?
They're paid benefits.
Benefits.
Okay, so maybe it's even less than that.
I think $5,000 to $6,000 a month for that time.
All right, more? Any question from the public, comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Yes, Jim?
Clarify, the motion is to allow district staff to hire this temporary position.
Immediately.
Or at the, whenever.
Whenever they want.
Very good, thank you.
All right, then, let's have a vote, please.
Mallory.
And the motion passes unanimously.
They just get us when we're tired, you see. Yeah.
Easier.
Right, 11E, Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority,
Hoorah.
Vice President Griffin.
Oh, we have a meeting this Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Will be closed session, and then open session says no earlier than 11. I do not see a closed session on the agenda afterwards as of yet.
There isn't.
Okay, so I have not seen that. I have not seen the board packet. I've seen the agenda, but
We haven't got it
I
yet.
don't know that I've got it yet. I haven't checked my email since this morning, so it could not have, could be there. I just haven't looked yet. So we will see. I see that there is a water purchase on closed session, so we'll see how that goes. And there's a lot of procedural things that looks like it's going to go on an open session, so it looks like it could be a lengthy meeting. I do want to find out, there was a special meeting called, I believe it was on the 28th, is that correct? 29th, and that was postponed, but that was to turn in the updated plan. And that meeting was postponed, so I don't know why it was postponed, so canceled, yeah. Well, it said postponed was the,
Did it say?
that was the
postponed?
email, so I'm anxious to find out why it was postponed, or if we did not submit the plan, the updated plan, and I'd like to find out that, so. If you
Okay.
have any comments or anything you'd like me to ask,
Oh, yeah.
please let me know.
There's something I want you to ask, because I'm getting asked by people as well, and especially our ratepayers. And I know you've asked this before. How much have they collected to date in replenishment fee? How much a replenishment fee has been transferred to another account, the pumping fee account, the administration account, and how much is still in the bank? I've had people ask me that. They like to, hey, you guys have spent $13 million. Well, they should have a change.
I have the same messages on my phone. People text.
So
how much
ask,
money
I'd
is
ask
in
them
there
one,
for
yeah.
buying water.
Ask them one more time.
So,
Okay.
Legitimate question.
It is. Yes, sir.
I would kind of like to know how much money they spent on putting together the one-page ad in the Daily Independent and how much they pay the Daily Independent to publish it. Seriously,
If you ever get a packet, there might be a bill in there, but I don't see a packet yet.
yeah, I haven't, I'll look
wasn't
and see.
free. There
There should be an invoice, so I should be able to tell you that.
All right. Director Boyd?
No, I don't have anything additional.
Okay.
Nice guy.
George?
Yeah, Chuck, if you get a chance, let them know that if we come to an agreement with the city, we would like them to cooperate fully with us on our study of the possibility and the whereabouts where we might do water injection into the aquifer and or percolation. We feel like that's a study best conducted collaboratively.
Agree. Okay. Anyone else? Public comment?
You're looking for short comments, right?
Well, this will be really short. This is actually a request, gauging on potential future interest in the GSA goings on and the comprehensive adjudication. I ask that you move those items. Those have always stayed in the lower part of the agenda. I ask that you move those up in the agenda so that people want to come hear about that, say something. You know, they're not going to want to wait till, almost everything else is already done and you finally get to, GA business. If it's up at the top of the agenda, then they can come, they can do that, they can go home.
Okay.
And you may encourage more attendance on those subjects.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Although this happened to be a very long agenda this time. Typically, we're not this far into it.
No, I'm hungry. I don't care.
All right, item F, comprehensive adjudication. Jim?
To be quick, there was a case management conference today on the comprehensive adjudication. The phase one trial is still set for April 28th. Determine the Navy's Federal Reserve water right. Discovery is ongoing. There's been no hiccups or anything that. With respect to the phase two trial, trial still is set for March of 2026. The one thing that I will let the public know, there has been discussion that there was going to be a simultaneous exchange of groundwater models occurring on February 20th. The district, we lost a member of our technical team, a modeler, and so we received a 60-day extension from the court in which the simultaneous exchange will now occur on April 20th as opposed to February 20th, and that was at the request of the district. That's all I've got.
Could you please give us an update on the Supreme Court ruling?
Denied.
Okay, thank you.
Supreme Court, that's right. The request to go to the Supreme Court to have the court overturn the ruling that allows for a safe yield trial was summarily denied by the California Supreme Court. So they're out of legal options in that regard.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? No? Public? No? All right, very good. Let's go on to item G, general manager and staff update. Item 1, water production.
Okay, monthly
Mike.
data. We produced 593 million gallons. We consumed 356 million gallons. Worth noting that we lost about 1.8 million gallons of water last Thursday in that water break. That is a significant amount of water for a water break. It was flowing. There's some restoration that we are assisting with for the various homeowners who were affected as well. And so I think that's going well. No injuries, 36 water smart conversations, 27 field visits, 141 delinquent account lock-offs and restored services. That's that number, those numbers are always hard to report, but it is always important for us to keep in mind that there are the unfortunate out there who just, are having problems. And so it does make what we're doing in this meeting particularly difficult, and so we keep our eye on that as well.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Committee meeting updates.
I think we've really gone through this. There was investment reports in the Finance Committee. I think everything in plant and equipment either came here. I don't think there was a lot of stuff. We will talk later about the Northwest Transmission Line, and we've already talked about water feasibility. The temp position we talked about from admin exec. I think we've talked about everything here. Any questions? Revised position descriptions. Yeah, so I think we've covered everything that came out of the committees pretty well, so not a lot. Sure.
Go ahead, Renee.
I just had a question regarding the water district's groundwater model. Is it finished? Is it completed?
No.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ben, if you're satisfied, then we'll go to item 3, public outreach.
EOC's coming up. I believe is it this week or next week?
Next week.
Next?
Week after next,
27.
right?
Okay, it's coming up, so it'll be fun. Be there. Nothing just significant to report since the last meeting, and social media just, social media is what it is. We post, the GA is putting out posts, and we observe. I think it's worth noting that at this point in time, the Water District gets a lot of favorable comments about what we're doing, so kudos to you guys.
All right, very good. Questions? Nope. All right. Northwest Transmission Pipeline, Renee.
Favorite pipeline, yay. Okay. Try to make this short. So the contractor is coordinating right now with the fencing repair company and Navy Security. They were supposed to be doing it tomorrow, but then the fencing company couldn't do it. So they're trying to get that nailed down so they can get that work done. We are working with the contractor to negotiate the final items, including the removal of the trash bag that got sucked into the pipe during a flushing event. We had a meeting with them this morning that went well and kind of come up with a plan. We're going to present that to the State Water Resources Control Board. And if they buy on it, then we're going to move forward with that plan. And let's see. I think that is it, unless there's anything else you want to mention, George.
Okay. Any questions?
When can we expect resolution on this?
Well, we are trying to set up, we got some options from the regulators today on times to meet with them this week. So once we get the okay from them, then we can move forward. And it's kind of a 2-phase. We're going to be looking in this section, and if we find it, we're good, we're done. If we're not, we got to move on to here, and then that will take longer. So it just kind of depends.
How are you looking at those sections? You pulling the valve? What are you doing?
We're going to be going in and cammering.
In one case, we're going to put a saddle on with a 12-inch entrance. We're going to cut that in. That'll be large enough to put the camera in. If we find it, we're hoping to find it there. And if that does not work, we'll put that section back together with a saddle in place and blocked off. We will open up another section. We will camera that section. If it can't be found in those 2 sections, it's just something happened and somehow got flushed out of the pipe and we didn't see it. But we're going to verify that with the regulator so that we have certainty that they buy off on it. We feel like we have a very solid plan that if for some reason we don't find it the way we're doing it, it's just not there.
Did you buy off on that, cutting into that pipe?
Well, yes, I mean, it is the plan.
Are you buying off because it's no other choice?
We don't have much of a choice, no.
Okay.
No, we need to.
Remember we talked about pulling the valve and the camera going 600 feet in each direction or whatever? What happened with that?
The section we think it's trapped in is too far for the camera to reach without cutting into the pipe.
Okay, how about the city has a camera that I don't know if they rented it, didn't they?
No, but they don't want to use that one.
No.
They just did that one
sewer camera.
Well, I know it's a sewer camera. Yeah, I'm not saying to use that camera. I'm just saying it can be
But we
done.
have limits.
Yeah,
to
the
how
camera
far
that we're using has the maximum range of anyone we could find of 900 feet. And there's no guarantee that it can pull the cord with it that far. There's traction issues inside the pipe and whatnot. So we're focused on getting the camera to where we think the pipe, where the bag is. And we don't like, cutting and putting the saddle in, but we feel it's like what we have to do.
I don't like it. And I'm sure engineering would like it.
Not in any way trying to tell staff how to do its job or anything like that, but we're concerned about spending 50,000 or 40,000 to hire a temp person. And I can, in my mind, I can see that this is probably gonna cost $70,000 to $80,000 just on pipes and fittings and connection points. Did it
That's
pass
all
the
part
back
of the
T test?
negotiations.
Do what?
It's all part of the negotiation. of who pays
Okay,
for
so
what.
did it pass the back T test with the bag in there? Because the bag is just plastic like the plastic pipe.
Yes.
Actually, no, the
Passed the
pipe
back
was,
T test before the bag got
Before the
stuck.
bag got sucked in.
T, okay. So George, when we were out there on the job, you said something that made sense. If, and I know it's a long flush, but if it would also, unless it's hung up on a butterfly valve, if we flushed it out of the current spot that's open, if we cut a section, make the connection point, it would save a ton of money. I mean, we're gonna be flushing, but it could also push down, there's no services, so it wouldn't impact a service.
I have no viable way to flush it anymore from the east, so.
we can't flush now until we fix the pipe that broke.
We couldn't flush from 17?
I can try to push it further west, but we're trying to keep it isolated in the section that it's in now, knowing where it's at. By
So
opening it
currently,
up.
we have, the plan we have searches, so we are relatively confident that it's in about a 4,000-foot section. If we open up and flush further towards the east, we then open up the possibility that it could be somewhere in many more thousands and thousands of feet of pipe. So having a general idea of where it is, cutting into the pipe, getting the regulators to agree that we've searched this area where we believe it is, but once you open that Pandora's box of having flushed it down, now if the regulators say thou shalt get it out, now you're talking
8,000 feet.
8,000 feet of pipe that you have to figure out how to get into. And then you might have to make many, many more saddles and cuts. And there's no getting around the fact that regulators know and that we have to negotiate with them. And they were pretty adamant it has to come out. So we want to do it in the most.
I understand, and I mean, I understand stuff gets in pipes.
Is this
But
a-
how far are we from the Navy connection point for the future Navy?
The Navy connection point is on the other side of that poly section that we replaced. So we're trying to keep it isolated between Pinto and that poly section, which is where we believe it's at. So,
Because it just makes sense if we made that.
I
connection
understand.
point
I
there
understand.
where it's ready for the Navy tie-in. I just don't want to see us waste a bunch of money. And I understand it has to come out, but I also feel it's kind of on the contractor a little bit too.
And the pipe, and you can certainly tell us, we haven't made any official agreements with anybody yet. I mean, the board can direct us that, what I thought was fair was that the parts that are going to be bought are going to remain on our pipe. The saddle's going to be there. If we buy a T, it's going to be there. So the contractor is going to walk away with any of the parts that are bought. And the contractor has agreed to pay all of the labor and the equipment and all the other costs and the camera cost. So we feel like, given the situation, that to me seemed somewhat reasonable. If the board disagrees, feel free to direct us otherwise.
How much are the parts?
Well, the valve is gonna be about 10,000. The T is probably another 8. And the saddle is maybe like 4,000, so 22,000.
That's just for one, right?
That's for the whole thing.
For the whole thing? Okay, okay.
No, I understand it's got to come out. I'm not trying to tell you in any way. I just was trying to see if there was another source. And I mean, who knows if we're flushing, it could have already came out. I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, how many times have we dropped something? Well, I've dropped something in a pipe and you flush it, it ends up in your water truck when you're flushing and you go on.
The problem is this getting enough velocity too, going through that pipeline.
Yeah, because we're only
hour.
pulling 500 gallons a minute
Mhm.
through
So
a
it could be just
24-inch pipe.
Sitting on the.
You're not
pipeline.
getting the flow.
Well, let's let staff come up with a reasonable engineering plan and deal with it. All right?
I think they're asking approval to make that decision very soon on their own, based on the information we have. Is that what you're asking?
Well, it's just a report, or
That
are you
was a
asking for
report.
approval?
That's just a
Just a
report.
report.
All right.
We had
Wait,
those
wait,
conversations just today and we haven't talked to the regulators yet, so.
Okay.
All right.
We should move on.
Yeah, I do too. Item 5, water systems consolidation update. No.
My eyes are getting blurry. Okay, here we
she's
go.
gone.
Okay.
She'll pop back.
Did I
up.
update it? I updated it up here. I was gonna say. Okay, so as you know, we've signed agreements for Hometown in June 3. We were hoping to have the agreements between the water systems and the district ready for this meeting, but Jim and I had a conversation last week about it. We've got more to look at. It's gonna take some more time. So our plan is to have that for next month. Krieger and Stewart's continue working on design of phase 2 for Rademacher Way. They did complete potholing, staff did. And according to Jason, but this might change, we were going to start scheduling pipe installation of phase 1, everything but tapping into Springer. I also had a meeting a couple weeks ago with Stetson and Self-Help Enterprises about another small system called Stark Street that they are looking at consolidating with, and that's located southwest of Dune 3. And so the GA is considering funding that because their well did go dry. It's only about 320 feet deep. It is about 300 feet of water out there. So if they do fund that, it might be something they do simultaneously while Dune 3 is also being installed so that they could be ready to hook up when Dune 3 is done.
Any questions?
You might see the Stark Street stuff come up on the GA agenda this time. I know that there was some discussion about, I think Stark Street people claimed they were paying $100,000 a year to have water hauled in. And so the GA was asking we were asking them, are they using our bulk station? And if they are, how are they possibly generating that much
How could they
cost?
possibly
As far as
afford
I know,
that?
Self-Help Enterprises has been paying for it and they will continue as long as they have
Yeah,
money
so
for
it's,
it.
That doesn't sound
just,
right.
just letting you know that's what we heard from the GA. And so
Oh.
it's an interesting,
Okay.
if there's any way we can help.
Nobody can afford that for years. That doesn't sound right. All right. Any questions from the public? 6, financial status.
We have a new rate study that's been approved. Through January, we have 10.2 million in revenue, which is 1.3 million better than budget. Our expenditures are at 11 million, which is 573,000 over budget. So right now, our net is a negative 845,000, which is 738,000 better than budget. Capital expenditures of just under 7 million, 655,000 in debt service principal, and we have paid the GA $16,691,540 to date.
So if I can summarize the first part, we're in the red, but not as badly as we thought we might be.
Right.
That's good news. All right. Any questions? Public? All right, let's go to item 7, arsenic treatment facilities. Jason.
So staff is currently excavating the media from Plant 2. Hopefully we'll have that done beginning of next week and we can begin addressing installation of the new media.
Okay. Questions? Any questions for the public?
Yeah, this section should only be about an hour or so, so hold on.
All right, operations.
For the month of January, we did 20 line replacements, 26 repairs. NODES ran twice, saving 28,336 gallons, bringing our grand total from the time we first used it to about 9.5 million gallons. We turned 13 valves, and not to one-up George, but we lost 1,812,783 gallons on the Brady 30-inch line. And we just got the latest upgrade from the GIS system to include the arsenic plant, so we're working on that.
Any questions?
I will say one more thing. The GIS system proved to be a huge asset in the field. We're able to get the exact location of the valve by measuring off what was in it. So.
All right, any questions for the public? and we'll go to board. Renee, go ahead.
Is there any timeline for when you're going to be having the arsenic plant back online?
April. We have testing that needs to be done, so late April.
Okay. And then I just have another question on that line that just broke, that pipeline. Do you have any timeline on how long it'll take to be repaired?
No.
Not right now. We still are in the part where we're trying to ascertain exactly what we can do to get it repaired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, very good. Item 12, board comments and future agenda items. Director Boyd.
Thank you for keeping us on schedule.
You're welcome.
No,
You're welcome.
And thanks, staff. A great job.
Yeah, they did.
That last week must have been really rough.
Director
I
Kaczynski.
believe as usual, I did compliment the staff about, when we were talking about the budget and such, how much work they do. But I wanted to say, I think, David, do you hold the record for the longest meeting now? No? Darn.
I believe that previous record was held by Director Kaczynski.
I think so, yeah. Anyway, I appreciate everybody hanging in there and the guests that stayed. It's pretty interesting when you think about it. And we covered a lot today, and I appreciate all the work and effort that went in. Thank you.
Vice President Griffin.
Oh, sounded like Stan for a second. I just wanted to thank the public for coming out and I think tonight's meeting was a good example of how we as a board can relate to the public and talk back and forth and allow the open dialogue. And I'm thankful that we have 5 board members that think that's okay and see that is the way to handle it, because it's nice to have an interaction. So I appreciate the public coming. Staff, I want to commend you guys on Thursday's leak. Everybody was out there. It was a full participation. And I appreciate that you guys stepped up and everybody worked together and handled the crisis situation. So thank you.
All right. I was also heartened by the number of people that came to the meeting tonight to participate. Oddly enough, I'm much happier when there's more public at the meetings and we can exchange ideas, get some good ideas from the public. And the staff's done a great job. And that's all I have to say. George.
I want to thank the board members who came out to personally observe the water break and to come out and give us support. I've received numerous comments from staff that said, wow, it's unusual for board members to show up at an emergency, and they were actually pretty happy that you guys are interested and involved and participating in what's going on. So thank you to the board and obviously the staff. What you don't see going on is the first thing we did this morning was sit down and talk about things we could do better if this were to happen in the future. So they're already working hard at that, and commendations to all the staff for always trying to do everything better and faster and more efficiently.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Well, then let's see. The date of item 13, date of regular next board meeting is March 10th. And with that, we'll call the meeting adjourned at 9:56 p.m. Thank you for coming.
You're barely going to get home today. John's stuck with us the whole time.